Sounds good.
Okay, I think this is where we stopped. Oh my gosh. We'll see. Alright. Bitch, I don't know. That's everything. I don't care. Extra fancy, huh? That works for me. Gosh. I called my mom earlier today and she's like, "Are you catching a cold?" And I was like, "No, I fucked up and streamed for like 11 hours." What's a little more streaming? Awesome. We got ourselves a cake plan. The baker's words were made it official. You have picked your wedding cake. You guys are getting a quiet place because who knows how much longer this game is. You couldn't help but be especially thrilled about that. The wedding cake was such a focal part of the party. It would be a feature in photographs and shared among your family and friends. The joy of the day distilled into a beautiful confectionery. It would, and just thinking about it, leave you breathless. You glanced at Cove out of the corner of your eye, wondering if he was feeling as excited as you were. He leaned forward in his seat and then rapid expression on his face. As Xavier continued speaking, you pulled yourself back into the present. I take all the information you have given us here today and think up the final design. I'll keep you in the loop of how it's going. So before you go, are there any other desserts you want on the side? Maybe cupcakes, cookies, or do you mind if there's something else specifically you had in mind? You could have cupcakes, cookies. Do you have ice cream? Are cinnamon rolls doable? Could you make fudge? Would crepes be an option? Are there wedding pretzels a thing? I think cake would be fun. I think the fudge would be cute. Co's eyes grew wide at your suggestion, and he looked over at Xavier hopefully. Unexpected, but not impossible. We can make you some fudge. Both beamed in delight. The three of you talked over the details of your additional dessert. Xavier skillfully guided you through it all, determined everything from your preference in flavor and texture to the quality you needed. Eventually, it was all set up. Xavier reviewed their notes in their binder. So you're getting a 5-star, with a beachy kind of feel with a multiple flavors. Yeah, and you're getting some fudge along with it. Your heart. What's in? you got your toy stolen. Woodson. I forgot, I did eat. Your heart fluttered as you imagined the cake once again. You and Cove standing over it, ready to make the first cut. The side dessert beautifully complemented the cake, completing the picture perfectly. Yeah, those are our desserts. Cove bounced in his chair again, his hands clasped at the edge of the table. His excitement was as palpable as your own. This is gonna be so good. Xavier grinned, pleased to see you two so happy. Thanks again for coming to us for your wedding. We'll make the desserts of your dreams. You worked through the outstanding specifics of your order with Xavier, who was determined to get everything right for your big day, and had an answer ready for everything you could throw at them. Once the final arrangement had been confirmed, you left the bakery feeling confident that your wedding cake was going to be wonderful. Cove naturally shared your optimism completely. As per usual, you, Cove, and Baxter met up on another day for another session. The few light-hearted words were engaged as Baxter watched the two of you amusedly. Cove's mood was still shining, Baxter could tell.
So?
I take it the cake designing went well? Like a child who is excited to show their latest grand art to their teacher, Cove shared the news. Share the news with your husbands. Joking, no matter. We're getting a really big one. Oh, I'm pleased to hear that. What shall we be doing today? We'll do this at the end. I want to settle our clothes for the day. Wonderful. He clasped his hands together at the thought.
Well.
I can imagine you both look incredible, so. I recall that the two of you are intended to keep the outfits nice and secret for the special day. Does that mean you each shop alone, or were you thinking about extending the invitation to someone else? I want my dad to come. It sounds like something the best man should do, right? I know my mom would like to come, but she doesn't live close enough to, so, you know. Cove shrugged weakly. Baxter nodded with a faint quirk of humor in his expression. It'd be nice for Mom to see it on our actual wedding day, though.
Of course.
You felt for Cove, familiar with the issue yourself. You think of few geographic unavailable people, but it would be nice to bring with you as well. Teleporters would make life so much easier. Maybe you could send your mom pictures. It would be a fun surprise for her. Or you nodded. Cove considered it, tilting his head. Though he wasn't completely against the idea, he didn't fully commit to it either. I'm not very good at that. That's so true. Even though it would be nice for Cove to share the experience with his mom, you knew no matter what Cove wore, Kyra would still just be excited to see him on the big day. And it was great that he was still being able to bring his dad. Tell him I said hi. For your own shopping adventure, you pictured how you would want the experience to go, and then you directed your attention back to Baxter, finally ready to answer his question. I'm going with my mom's. Yeah. I'm going on my own, or I'm going with my mom's. I'll bring my mom's. I wanted to bring Lee, but I don't think that could happen. You're welcomed your mom's help on this shopping adventure. The trip was far less likely to end up with you scrutinizing yourself in mirror when trying on the 13th outfit for 15 minutes, trying to judge it, and the previous dozen choices you're by yourself. With that decided, Baxter rubbed his hands together in satisfaction. Perfect. But before you run off on that next outing, I think it's best to choose where you're going. Do you have preference on which store or stores would you like to visit? There are 2 excellent local shops which should be able to set both of you up whatever you need. One of the primary dress boutiques also has a romper and skirt options, and the accessories section is also divine. There is also a shop that focuses on suit, pants, shirt, suits, and they have it. They're all relevant edition, if you would be like you want.
I guess.
I'm gonna be wearing a suit, so I guess I need to go to the suit shop.
What do you think?
And you, Sophia? I want to get my outfit at the boutique. I'm interested in the suit shop too. I want to visit both to be sure. Boutique.
It's doable.
Bitch. That works. Cove nodded in agreement.
Lovely.
You make this so easy for me. Baxter sounded pleased as he reached over his notebook on the nearby desk, clicking his pen and jotting something down. I'll leave the rest up to you. I'll see you both during our next session. Good luck. His smile was curled but bright, and he waved you both off. Thanks. Cove was nervous as he started to shuffle out. You got up following him. Bye, see you next time, Baxter. Thank you. We appreciate you making this easy for us too. Toodaloo. Or you waved goodbye. See you next time, Baxter. The time passed from your meeting with your planner, and soon both you and Cove were going out for big shopping trips. You trembly said goodbye to your fiancé. You hugged Cove and he squeezed you back with a big grin on his face. Have fun, Sophia. I will try. You have fun yourself. Or you shrugged. Cove nodded, bouncing on the balls of his feet. You could tell he was slightly nervous, but still looked forward for the rest of the day. Your car beeped when you unlocked it, climbed in the driver's seat. Cove waved you off when you left. Ew, I'm driving. You swung by the neighborhood as you picked up your parents along the way. Mom and Ma joked about who would be calling shotgun first and who would be spread out in the back seat. It was a pleasant drive full of light conversation. For example, you learned that there's a rumor that the old park, the Sunset Bird, everyone going around Sunset Bird, that they're finally fixing up the old park. Aww. Ma doubt it was going to happen since apparently it was going around the grapevine for a while. Aww. Mom didn't think there would be smoke without fire. I hope they do. That was cute. That we're getting off topic. What do you hope to find today, Sophia? You mentioned a few of your ideas and your parents listened eagerly, chanting about the possible ideas for the rest of the drive. Up ahead, there was a very proper fancy building, and you can tell it was going to be really nice. Aww. Cute. You entered the boutique and took in the view. The first thing you noticed was how warmly lit the shop was. Despite most of the merchandise being stark white, the lights had a soft glow. It was fancier, like a fairy tale place where dreams would come true. The dresses had room to breathe, which each display liked it was a treasure. In the air there was a faint smell, and you thought it was something floral, but you also thought it smelled like vanilla as well. Whatever it was pretty and not overwhelming.
Aha!
Fancy. Ma's eyes narrowed as she scrutinized the place. Yes, this will do. Well, Mom chuckled as she walked further into the shop. Well, if Lanny says it's acceptable, then we're in good shape. I'm sitting up. Well, if Lanny's... we're good shape. I read that. A woman with a officially seeming binder stepped across the floor. Her high heels clinked, not clinking once as she made eye contact with you and smiled. Hello, is Sophia here? Yes, I'm Sophia. Thank you for coming and congratulations. My name's Gabriella, and I'll be your stylist today. We'll do everything we can to find your dream look for the day. She grinned brightly and gestured for you to follow. She led you over to the sitting area. 1 second before you settled in, let me get a few measurements. You obliged, and Gabriella took the measuring tape from her pocket and wrapped it around you. You could tell that she had a lot of practice and how efficient she was at it. Thank you so much, and now feel free to sit. We can get this going. You sat in the middle of the seats, and it seemed appropriate how the spots were arranged, as you'd be able to get up and out easy, and that would be helpful considering why you were there. Your mom's filled in the couple of open seats, Ma still seeming to expect her surroundings while Mom beat at you. Gabriella flipped over her binder, tapping the laminate pages with her manicured nails. To get an idea of your vision, I have a few questions for you. This will guide the selection process, and while I find it makes things a little more manageable if I bring you options based on your preference instead of you going over every single piece we got. We wouldn't want to overwhelm you. Ma smirked but made no comment. She had supervised a boutique since had supervised a boutique since you were a child, likely knew more than the most employees here. However, you appreciate that she was respectful of their process. I know it's a lot to think about all at once. Just take one question at a time, and remember that we always can go in another direction later if you want. Okay, sounds good. The stylist had handed me a questionnaire over to you, and you skimmed over the questions. It got more detail as it went on. The start was fairly simple. The type of clothes you wanted to be brought out was a dress, a romper, or a shirt and skirt. A dress that was in traditional or not in a traditional shade or a non-traditional shade. We'll do traditional. Specifically, white, off-white, cream, pearl, ivory, or champagne. Hot fucking damn. Like, I understand it's kind of easy just to write the things, but I kind of wish there would be, like, you're able to at least, like, see, at least the colors. Like, I didn't mind if it, like, somehow was, like, this little bubble right here that had the color next to it. Because I can't think of what... Yeah, these are all different types of whites, but... I don't know, cream? What kind of garment you want and desired color filled out. The questionnaire transited into more style-based questions. You went down the list picking out decipher after decipher that descriptor? Or picking out a descriptor after descriptor that sounded best. Modern, traditional, or fusion? Once again, we're in something that I was like, I don't know what the fuck these look like. I don't know. We'll do... What? Texture? A shiny, matted, or texture cloth? It jumped down into the red for a moment. I was like, are you okay, computer? Let's do... No, hold a minute. Matted. Come here. Well-fitted, flowy, frilly, fitted at the top and flowed out, fitted at the top and then puffed out. Beaded lace, no detailing, beaded and lace? I think I'll do that one. Long sleeves, short sleeves, 3-quarter sleeves, or sleeveless? Maybe 3/4. I don't know. Floor length, ankle length, or knee length? I'm like thinking of where we're going, so we'll just do ankle length. Hi, baby. Finally, you handed the binder back to the stylist, and she ran her gaze up and down the page. I'm on it. I'll go get something for you. Gabriella turned on her heels, heading towards the back of the store, out of sight. The distinct sound of the stylist's heel deliberately not clinking on the floor to alert that she was coming back. Yeah, you're cute. She carried a dress that seemed right out of what you pictured from the questionnaire, did she? Because the right color, right fabric, and the style you indicated. Seeing all the elements put together in a single piece, the dress had a fancy feel to it.
You're fantastic.
I love it. That is like the quintessential wedding dress. It's gorgeous and very Pam. Oh my gosh. What do you think, Sophia? That's it. Be nice to see it, but there's no way they could, or they could, but then it would just take too long, and it would limit what people are thinking. Hi. What are you doing, Miss Ivy? That's it. It's good, but I want to change what I'm looking for. Can I look through everything again? That's it. The stylist lit up at your approval. She held the dress closer to you. Then you should put it on. The stylist walked you over to the changing room, a generous size space with a full mirror closed by a heavy curtain. She hung the dress on a metal hook. Now, before I give you some privacy, would you like me to grab any accessories to complete the look? A veil, a tiara, a shawl, a train, a bracelet, earrings, an anklet. You're cute. Look at his little face and the little mouth. You're adorable. Yeah. Definitely an anklet. Oh. 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 I didn't know you were licking me. Can I just pet you? Ivy. Ivy. Thank you for getting off. Sit. 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 Oh. I was gonna throw that for you, but I guess you can just take it. I don't know. I already got the 3/4 sleeves. I don't think I need the shawl. I read that as I read it as a jacket, but I was like, what the fuck's an A jacket? Jacket. Tiara. I think I will do a bracelet. And earrings? I think that'll just be it. Oh, I don't think I even read everything off. Oops. You shared your ideas with the stylist, and from your description, she had something in mind and left to you to collect what you requested. After you closed the curtain after Gabriella was gone, you were glad that there was a space to put your clothes after you changed out of them. You slipped into the dress. It fit well for something off the rack. Gabriella knew what she was doing with sizing. You inspected yourself before you left the dressing room. The view of the mirror was breathtaking, and you truly were about to have a wedding. You slid the thick cloth partition aside and stepped back out onto the main floor of the shop, and you paused in front of another well-lit mirror and beamed. Gabriella walked back with accessorized you. And the look was finished. In the mirror, the day you were planning for looked back at you, and you in the dress you would wear to the ceremony felt real. You were excited. Not listening, but checking in. Hi, TG. Hello. You were excited, you were nervous, or you were content. Excited. You felt like jumping for joy. And not struggling to run around telling everyone in the shop how you were lucky to be airing Cove. What are you doing, Miss Ivy? You nodded at your reflection and then spun around to face the others. Ma hugged Mom around from the side. Come here.
Oh.
It's amazing, honey. Mom took a moment to recover from being bowled over from an unexpected hug, but rallied. You never looked better, kiddo. Ooh, did I find an itchy spot? Is that your itchy spot? You twisted around, looking back into the mirror. It was the right choice. You went back to talking with the stylist together, and she helped you get all sorted. Gabriella took more of your measurements, discussed the shoes you would be wearing. Okay, would tailor the dress for you to fit you, and your shoe size exactly. It didn't take long to wrap everything up. You thanked Gabriella for her help and had everything briefed. In the time you put on the dress, it would have been one of the best days of your life. Oh my gosh. When outside, the first thing that was on your mind was calling Cove to let him know you were done. You selected Cove's name in your favorites and tapped the call button. He answered right away, his voice chipper of the phone, eager to talk to you. Hey, Sophia. Hi. How did it go? It went great. Another thing to check off the list.
I'm so glad.
That's good. I'm glad it worked out. Oh, baby girl. You're so sweet. You are. He sounded sweet, and a small part of you melted. Talking to him made you even happier than when you were successfully finding your outfit. How were things for you? That was the wrong voice. I did too. Me and my dad kind of struggled, but we worked out. I'm pretty sure it's all good. You're cute, and I love your little nose and mouth. It's so sweet. Yeah, Miss Ivy? I know, tomorrow they come home. So I technically have to finish this. Oh, good yawn. I'm pretty sure it was all good, and you should like it. I can't wait for you to see me and what I found. I can't wait for us to see each other. I'm not surprised this was a challenge for you. I'm sure your efforts paid off. It was going to be amazing. This is a surprise I can wait for. And suddenly the days before the wedding seemed even longer now that you now that you would be in suspense. I should say I'm sorry now if I cry when I see you. You know that's gonna be You know it's gonna be perfect. It wouldn't truly be code if you didn't cry. But I should probably let you go. We probably can see each other in person. Why do you have to do this to my voice? Alright, first out of the stream. Ada? You're getting a quiet one, because that's all you're getting. I am trying to make it to the end of the stream. We can see each other in person once we get back.
I love you.
It was for Brian, not me. Hi, Brian. Goodbye for her a little bit, Sophia. I love you. Gosh. Love you too. Bye, Cove. You ended the call gleefully, tucking away your phone, and then you pulled out your keys and hurried off to your fiancé. You gave your appreciation to your mothers for not interrupting your conversation with Cove. They had been able to sense you'd been missing him and needed that time. You parked in a familiar street to drop off your mom with the car parked in front of your old house when you said your goodbyes.
Thanks.
Thanks so much for letting us come along. We hoped we didn't cramp up your style too much. Hi, Miss Ivy. Boop, boop. Thank you. I'm sure we'll see you soon. You thanked them for joining you, and you waved until they disappeared into the house. In the car, with the scenery flying past you, you reflected on the day. You thought back to what you had put together, and you felt your heart flutter. The image was crystal clear, and you could see yourself in it, and the view of your wedding day became more and more defined in your mind. Right on time, you entered Baxter's office for your next meetup, when he was waiting there for you.
So?
Hello. Were you both able to find a piece you were happy with? I think so. It's going to be wonderful. Yeah. As it should be. What shall we be doing today? I feel like we should begin the dance lessons. Alright, here's the final thing.
Exciting.
Oh, you want to start on that? Excellent, or exciting. Baxter gestured down to the other door in the space, rolling his wrist to point with his whole hand in an extravagant gesture. There's a room here in the building where you can use for dance lessons. I will need to schedule it, of course, and we need to be certain there won't be any conflicts. But would you wait a moment, please? He pulled out his phone, swiping his finger a few times, his brow furrowed as he checked some sort of calendar. He tapped on something with a flourish. He looked up with a grin, and Cove watched as Open Antsy. With Open Antsy. Cove and I can attend lessons in the afternoon, and Sophia, we can have the evening. I believe I can pencil us in as early as tomorrow for the first session. Happily, there's enough vacancy in the event room for individual sessions. One-on-one lessons are ideal for this. Every person has their own level and need guidance on different aspects. We can get everything arranged today if that works for you. Cove nodded seriously, and there's no hesitation in his corner, coming from his corner, despite his jitteriness. Let's do it. You shot Cove and Baxter a please thumbs up. Yeah, that's good. Baxter placed down the phone down to grasp his smile together. His enthusiasm was hard to miss.
Excellent.
I'll make it happen. And he did. Baxter made it a necessary arrangement right afterwards, and he asked for your input occasionally in finalizing the times. He planned each detail out excellent, and any specific ideas that Cove or you had was jotted down and added to the consideration. What kind of music were you thinking of? Would you rather go for something fast, something slow? It doesn't have to be ballroom staples. I'm more varied than that. A recent wedding I helped with was with classical music for the first half, and then early 2010s dance music for the last half. There's no wrong answer to this. Cove shrugged, left space for you to answer. Oh, darn it. Oh my god, guys, we could do the fucking Professor Layton soundtrack. I would like classical music. I want a love song to dance to. I enjoy theater music. Can we have pop music? Can we keep traditional wedding music? I want alternative music. Rock. Oh my god, guys. Rock music at a wedding. I like country songs. I prefer. Do you like jazz? It would be cool to have throwbacks when we were growing up, or I think it would be fun to use a video game soundtrack. Guys. There were a lot of nostalgic songs that were already coming to your mind. Baxter nodded, approving. Cove was even more supportive of your recommendation. Cool. I think I can guess some of the songs you're hoping for.
Absolutely.
Of course. Speaking of, let's chat about a particular tracks. After continuing to discuss music selections for a while, your office time with Baxter finished, and it was time to leave for the day. Goodbyes were said, knowing the separation wouldn't last long. Tomorrow wasn't far. Hours passed quickly. It felt like a blink by the time the session rolled around. A bit after lunch, you drove Cove over to his first solo dance lesson with Baxter, and he was definitely nervous on the drive there. Despite his usual anxiousness, he insisted that he wanted to do the lessons on his own, and he wanted to show you his moves after he practiced. He wished Cove luck, and then dropped him off, hoping he had a good time, and he drove off as soon as he disappeared into the building. The plan was to run errands until it was time to pick him up, and you heard about a new store that opened recently. It was close enough that you decided to check it out to see if they had anything worth getting. Unfortunately, the store didn't have good good selection compared to the other options, so you stalled at a snack selection. You debated buying anything in order not to leave empty-handed. You bought chips, chocolate bar, you bought sugary fruit snacks, you bought healthy fruit snacks, you bought pre-ordered packets of cheese and jerky. You left the store without buying anything. Chocolate! You plucked a bar off the shelf and bought it. Another store, you knew that you would have what you need was minutes away and a short drive later. You were on your way to finishing your errands, and it was nice to keep busy while waiting for Cove. When the time came, you drove the car up to the front of the building, stopping where Cove stood on the sidewalk. He greeted you with a smile. Hopping into the car, he closed the door behind him and buckled the seatbelt with a click. How did it go? Cove shifted in his seat, rubbing the back of his neck. It was awkward, as you probably guessed, but not that bad. He brightened as he thought back, and you listened to the vivacity in his voice, even as you focused on driving through the parking lot. Baxter is kind of a good guy, not a bad teacher. You pulled out from in front of the building and started making your way through the first intersection. What did you talk about all your time together? That's great. Or you nodded quietly. It's great. While a good kind of guy wouldn't usually be considered high praise, from Cove to Baxter, it wasn't too shabby. Baxter really must have done his best to put Cove at ease. Yeah, I'm feeling even better about all this stuff going forward. I'm glad. You finally pulled into a parking space and parked the car. You couldn't linger in the car too long giving your own lessons. It was time to go. You looked at the grocery bag in the back seat with the snack you had bought. Offer some to Cove, or you didn't bring it up. No, give it to Cove. If you're feeling hungry, feel free to snack. He probably needed some fuel after dancing for so long, and he pointed over to the food, and Cove's eyes widened at the sight. That's gonna be good. I'll see you later. Bye. Love you. Love you too. Cove leaned over, giving you a quick kiss, and you beamed at him. Now, did I give you guys your vitamin for dinner? I feel like I did, but I don't know. Oops. Oh well, I'll just give it to them in the morning. Cove leaned over and giving you a quick kiss. You beamed back at him. You left Cove with the car and walked with a bounce in your step to meet up with your wedding planner turned dance instructor. The doors of the building let you in after a firm yank, and the air was cooler than when it was outside. You followed Baxter's direction from yesterday to navigate the wide halls, and you left past the fire extinguisher and then a right at the first set of doors. You had found a thick set of glass doors, and you peered into the large event room. It had to be the place. You entered the space, noticing the towered chairs on the side of the room. It was easy to imagine the room filled with a crowd, but now it was all cleared out for your private class. You walked across the empty tile floor to the counter at the back where Baxter was. He raised his head and waved you over, setting aside some notes he had been reading. With the paper and an elegant fountain fan left on the counter, he strolled forward to meet you in the middle of the large room.
Hello.
Sophia, I'm glad you can make it. Hey. You waved at him and smiled warmly. I hope you've been well. I've been fasting. I'm ready to bookie. I'm fine. Hope you're in tip-top shape for this. I've been worse. I'm okayed. You've been okayed with your hand wordlessly. Excellent. Baxter pulled a remote from his jacket pocket and clicked the button, and the speaker system you hadn't noticed cracked to life with familiar music filling the room. You must have been busy to already have the songs you talked about yesterday ready. He tucked the remote back into his pocket, and then Baxter turned his attention to you. Are we biting my hand now? Do you feel better doing that? I got your paw. Here. 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 What did you do? Has turned his attention onto you. He offered you his hand.
Well,
I'll lead at least at first, and we can switch later if you prefer. He gestured greatly, felt grandly formal. He had enough performance to practice to feel as if he was stepping out of a fairy tale ball. You took his hand, ready to get started. His fingers linked around yours, and he put his other arm across your back. You relaxed into a proper form for the dance, muscle memory taking over. Baxter did not attempt to direct you, just remained present as a reliable partner. And I'm about trying to shift in my seat. Itch. Just remained present as a reliable partner. You followed the music, timing your steps. Timing your steps to the rhythm until you found yourself relaxing into it. Practicing like this was helped smooth out any creases in your flow that might have been before. Baxter suddenly smirked. A twitch of his lips was getting your attention immediately.
you know.
I recall that it wasn't just dance lessons I was available for, was it? I also offered giving rides whenever you needed them, didn't I? Hopefully, I haven't let you down with that. It took a moment before you understood what he was talking about, and you laughed clear and bright. I think I'll be alright. We have our own cars now. You were impressed that he still remembered, but then again, you also remembered it. It was a particularly memorable summer with all those years ago. Being firmly in the flow, this discussion died down. Only exchanges was the music and the sounds of your shoes on the sleek floor in time with each other's. So tell me, how did things go with Co? Do you still dance often? Why Why did you never contact me again? Were you focused on your movements? Yeah, I realized that it went into the red when they were barking, so I muted the mic. Hi, baby. That's good. I'm curious. Just messing. Why did you never contact me again? He faltered in his step, throwing the dance to a halt. He recovered quickly, his toes going back to precisely formed motions. But his face still showed the strain of upset. I know you went back to college, but I never understood why that meant you couldn't text or anything. Throwing off his groove. Took a deep breath. Tremors went through his shoulders from the efforts to keep his perfect poise. I apologize for vanishing so thoroughly and not even attempting to keep in touch. It was unkind, and my hand hurts because Ivy scratched me. His lip twitched. It was closer to a grimace than anything, grimacing a smile. Even though you thought that's what he was attempting. I didn't think it mattered at the time to end it completely once I left Sunset Bird behind. At least that's what I told myself, or rather, what I hoped would be true. I wished hard that you and everyone there didn't see any more than that you never think of me again, and you would go on living your happy lives, and I wouldn't be a factor into it. He paused again, and how did the music sound so much like cold silence? That doesn't make much sense to you, I imagine. Baxter offered one shoulder shrug for your supposed trouble. You waited for him to explain. You made a soft, encouraging noise. Don't make yourself uncomfortable. He took another breath, and determination sparked in his eyes. It's the eternal story of my life. I wanted to be liked, but I can't be important. A friend for a season, a planner for a wedding, that is me. That's me. I'm not like him. Cove is a fiancé. He stays, he tries, clingy. And I think, oh, son of a bitch. I think your friends and family like to joke. I never thought so. He didn't care for me, but was willing to dance together to try to do a better job for his wedding. In life, there's just someone's, and then there's the one. You found the one, and I was genuinely thrilled you did, and that he found his. All I wanted to assist with that happiness and not to get in the way of it. But neither of us are here for old relationship dramatics. That's ancient history, but we don't need to get mirrored in the past when the future is so bright. Baxter's tone was pointing with finality. That was as much as he would say. The pace of the dance sped up, going back to what it was been before, and you nearly stepped on his foot at a sudden change. Since he clearly wasn't going to discuss it more, you didn't intend to pry for more details. This hadn't gone into incredible personal territory. Thank you for saying that. I accept your apology. I still don't understand. You deserve to be important, or you said nothing else. I'm thinking either thank you for saying that, or you deserve to be important. I don't know if that was the right answer. He dropped his gaze at your words, uncomfortable with your sincerity. I just want to see what. Thank you for saying that. I think I like that better. You appreciate that he finally gave you an explanation of sorts, and at least now you knew he wasn't the type to get close, no matter how friendly he acted. Baxter's schooled his face, and for it all, the world appeared like the conversation had never affected him. I wasn't expecting this just to be a whole fucking thing. Do you still dance often?
No.
I don't compete anymore, if that's what you mean. I haven't even kept up with it as a hobby lately. Do for weddings, even if the couple would like me to assist. His gaze turned into distance somewhere else for a heartbeat, and then he was back to you, smiling. He still loved to dance, clearly. He wiggled his eyebrows, putting emphasis on his movement, and you had to admit that he appeared happy enough during these sessions. There isn't room for everything, and I can imagine you dealt with similar situations in your adult life. I see.
Thanks.
For giving me an excuse to make time for dance. Thank you. The feelings mutual. At least all those lessons paid off for your career. You nodded. You can just hear Woodson playing with the phone. You also loved the excuse to dance. The session was a lot of fun. If only the world gave you more excuses to dance, then the planet, that would be a planet you'd love to live on. So tell me how things are going with Cove. Baxter chuckled as he led you to the left. You followed as he watched it, watching his reaction more than your feet. He led you to the left. Cove is remarkably sweet man, and you have nothing to worry about in more ways than just his dancing. But I won't say anything else. Instructor, client, providential. Privilege, that response piqued your interest past simple curiosity. What had happened? The question was playing on your face, and Baxter suddenly focused on your heels with him staring downward. You pay attention to your timing.
Perfect.
It was clear that you weren't going to get more out of him on the topic. You focused on your movements. The acoustics of the room were surprisingly good for dancing. The music was at a good volume despite the tile flooring. Tapping of your steps didn't echo drastically off the walls. You tried to relax your shoulders and placed more confidence in your movements. Left foot, right foot, left foot, turn. You observed the easy way Baxter seemed to glide across the floor. Following his lead was easy, but you concentrated on taking it further. You mimicked what he did, attempting to learn his gracefulness. He chimed in after noticing what you were doing, making small suggestions as needed. You both continued to dance as the song cycled through and back. Thoughts played in your mind about the surrealness of reconnecting with Baxter again after all these years without contact. However, it was secondary to your goal of dancing in your upcoming wedding to the love of your life. It wouldn't be too much longer until you would be doing this with your husband. You asked the lead, or you waited, or you wanted to have Baxter to continue leading the dance. I don't care. Just continue leading it. He obliged easily. Oh god, my hands. By the end of the session, night had fallen. You said goodbye to Baxter, and Cove came to pick you up in the car. You mirrored his action from earlier. You climbed into the passenger seat and clicked your seatbelt. He took the opportunity to copy you as well. So, how did it go? The amusement sparkled in his eye, letting you know that he was using your words completely and utterly intentional. It was nice, it was fine, it was awkward, what do you expect? I'm glad I did it. I'm not sure what to think about it. You raised your shoulders in a simple shrug, or you hummed one of the songs with a grin. Glad I did it. You bounced in your seat, full of energy despite all the exercise you had. It had been a good experience. Cove grinned widely, happy for you. I'm glad this was a good idea. Also, did I thank you for buying me a snack earlier? It was good. You're welcome. I hope that there's still some left. You cranked your neck around expecting the back seat, and you saw an additional snack. And then Cove laughed. Don't worry, I didn't eat everything. I bought you some drinks to go with them. I thought that they were nice for a post-dance pickup. Cove better known how much you loved him, especially in moments like this. Hey, seriously, what did you and Baxter talk about? Or you settled in for a quiet ride? You couldn't forget how Baxter phrased it all. You were too curious. When you were together, did something happen? I don't know. He sounded truly confused. He tried to think back, but it was apparent that nothing came to mind for him. We didn't talk about anything important. Why? Did he say something to you? It seems like he was implying something. The angle of Cove's eyebrows crept into concerned territory, so you elaborated. It wasn't bad. It actually seemed good. He thinks you're sweet. Cove's brows pinched together, and now they were approaching deep thought. I guess, well, I'm not good at dancing and never have been. You know that it was hard and nerve-wracking. So I made it clear I was going through with something I'm not cut out to do or do who it's for. Not cut out to do who it was for. He showed you a soft smile and his eyebrows evened out normal. Maybe that's what he meant. He blushed. His eyes strayed to the window. The parking lot was emptied out from earlier this afternoon. It was really just you and Cove. Maybe it was. You felt very lucky to have such a loving fiancé. With the days arranged and taken care of, Cove pulled out of the empty parking lot and started to drive away. Next time you were scheduled to come by, it would be for the usual kind of office visit, no dancing required. You highly anticipated meeting up with Baxter, and you had a good feeling about where this wedding was going. When you arrived for your session that day, you noticed Baxter's foot was tapping against the floor in a steady rhythm. It seems the lessons from the day before were still in his mind. Hiya. Hi.
Good afternoon.
So nice to see you again. With all the work and planning and effort a thing of the past, you were having your final appointment with Baxter. The two of you situated yourself on the purple couch in your normal spots. Though Baxter was unable to treat the visit as anything near normal. His legs had stiffened from nervousness so bad as... Are we talking about Baxter or Cove? Okay, yeah, it was Cove. Cove was unable to treat it's a normal... His legs had stiffened from nervousness. I was like, why is Baxter nervous? So badly, the bent of his knees was like a snap of two branches. He nearly fell off the cushions. Baxter, on the complete opposite end of the comfort spectrum from Cove, smiled with a natural ease.
Well.
Calm down, Baxter. Now, this is the last time we're likely to see each other until the day of your wedding. Are you feeling prepared? Yes, no, I'm not sure. After how many meetings, appointments we went through, definitely. I am. I'm not sure Cove is. Maybe Cove is, I'm not. Definitely. Cove didn't react whatsoever, not to Baxter or you. He was frozen solid. Baxter ran a hand along the inside of his jacket, placed his most encouraged smile on his face.
To be honest,
In all honesty, you both done beautifully. The wedding will be an event to be proud of, and I'll be there to make sure it flows smoothly. All you need to do is enjoy yourself. Each line Baxter spoke chipped away at the frosted shell around Cove until it cracked. Your fiancé replied in a small voice. Thank you. Oh, thanks. Now, having broken the ice, Baxter easily shifted back into work mode. He touched the tips of his finger to the pile of papers on his desk to his side. I have gotten the details for the hotel for you here. I was able to book two standard single bed rooms for you and your parties to use to get ready in. The hotel is minutes from the ceremony venue, so you won't need to make a trip out there in the morning of.
Not bad.
Thanks, Baxter. You're good at this. Cove admitted, almost embarrassed. He scratches at his cheek and shared a look with you. You remember how hard of a time the two of you had getting a room when you had to come into Sunset Bird for your mom's anniversary. It was an ordeal. Cove chuckled, knowing you were reminiscing over the same experience. Baxter accepted the compliment, earnest without crying. He leaned an elbow against his chair's armrest, and propped his head up against his hand.
Glad to hear it.
I do strive to be. He continued to relax, following his prior motion with the crossing of his legs. And I'm very much appreciated your great patience with the series of questions through this experience. I do still have yet one more topic I like to discuss. When you leave here, the wedding planning is over. Do either of you have an opinion on seeing your beloved before the ceremony? That was not something Cove had considered. He didn't have words to back up the hastened interruption. Baxter smoothed it over by elaborating. I know some couples follow the tradition of completely cutting contact in leading up to the wedding, so it's reuniting when they come together for the ceremony. Others stay apart physically though communicate over the phone, and those who don't participate in it whatsoever and stay with one another. This time Cove gave himself space to consider, letting the concept sink in.
I don't know.
I mean, I don't have plans of being away from Sophia. You know, I like being around her when that's an option. But I guess maybe we could do that. It's a special thing for weddings. He laughed gruffly and sending Baxter a question of his own. Are you gonna make fun of me for being clingy now?
Never.
You knew how much Baxter meant that. Cove, however, didn't have the same context. Oh, okay. Good. People shouldn't make fun of them for that. You really should change your stance. Teasing Cove is fun. That's lucky that for the both of us, I'm clingy too. It's very sweet, Baxter, but he's definitely clingy. You patted Cove on the shoulder, reassuring. You laughed at Cove calling himself out for that. In disbelief, Cove's eyes bounced back and forth between you and your planner. He was able to express that he wanted to always be around you, and no one in the room had given him a hard time for it. Cove absolutely beamed at the revelation. It was a pre-wedding miracle. Oh my gosh. You were charmed by both his overt affection for you by how cute he generally was. But you made an effort not to entirely distracted when you gave an answer to the question at hand. Cove, do you mind staying in separate hotel rooms so we can meet later at the wedding? Cove, do you mind if we stay in separate hotel rooms but we can talk over the phone? Cove, I want to share a room with you. Boop. Yeah, definitely call me. I'm glad you asked, cause I'm a little clingy. Cove shuffled the balls of his feet against the carpet, and all the while glancing over her at you bashfully. You held onto his sweet gaze as long as you could. You were going to have to go without it for a while soon. Hey. Fine. Alright. What am I gonna do with you? Where was I? Off to the side, Baxter watched the two of you from his spot on the office chair. The fondness in his expression for you and Cove had tripped past his usual professional distance. Not wanting to ruin the moment, he spoke in a soft voice.
Perfect.
Very good. Everything settled then? From there, the rest of the meeting was going to spend going over final details and a whole step by step. Baxter wanted to make sure you were on the same page, prepared for the event ahead. He shared an amused anecdotes of past weddings he planned, some highlights of actual potential pitfalls you could intentionally avoid, and others were one in a million debacles. The most unbelievable story was a particular orchid ceremony from the year before. The stage was set with flowers, the walkway, seating, and arch at the end. It was on the looking on from the final survey line for the guests to arrive when an out-of-control truck had backed full of apples straight through. Oh my gosh. The driver was unharmed when he got the truck to stop, and the couple were still married. Amber in a more simple arrangement, but Baxter distinctly remembers how almost comical surreal it was. Seeing a complete wedding and having it flatten back to the ground in a blink of an eye was something he never expected or hoped to experience. Planner chuckled in collection, and Cove leaned over to ask if you thought there were any reason a fruit truck might be at your venue. You're pretty sure there wasn't. The story and laughter continued until the end of the appointment. You reminded of the final day of class before summer vacation. Technically, you were still in school, but everyone was eager for the fun to begin. Then goodbyes were exchanged as usual, with promises to see each other soon, like there had been every time you visited. However, you left the office and you wondered if you would ever go back there again. When you saw Baxter next, it would be at the wedding location. Maybe you would return someday if you and Cove decided to renew your vows and needed a planner again. Or maybe you could visit as friends and not as customers, or maybe you could try a different planner next time. Fucking go as friends. He's not escaping me now that I know where he works. Oh, ha 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 ha. Under a wide, starry sky, you and Cove popped into his car and headed back. Despite having done it so many times before, it felt completely different that time. After the click of the seatbelt had been snapped into place, there was a silence in the cab. None of the boisterousness from minutes ago that had come along with you. Cove's expression was tense as he rounded the curve and got the car out onto the street. A gentle rumbling resonated over you from the wheels rolling across the tarmac. It was the only word he managed to accumulate before his mouth clamped up tight again. He had an internal struggle made visible, and ultimately he made enough peace with it to finally smile. Right now, I have a lot going on in my head, and you probably guessed that. There's so much I want to say to you about us and what's happening and all of this. But it would probably make more sense if I say it during the wedding, right? His voice dropped into a complete whisper, and his grip on the steering wheel intensified. It's close now. Cove took a deep breath through his nose, allowing his fingers to loosen again. That was followed by him answering his own question.
Don't worry about it.
Pretend this didn't happen. I'll wait for you. Oh, come on. You can give me a hint of what you're planning. You can say it whenever you're ready, if you ever are. Damn it, I'm so curious now. There's no way I can act like I didn't hear that. You simply nodded. You whined and anticipated a protest. You can say it whenever you're ready, if you ever are. Thank you. You're always so nice to me. It warmed you up inside, and it felt better than knowing. Nothing felt better than knowing he could rely on you. But there's a lot of things I'm thinking about too. Like, the fact is, these are the last moments of our lives not being married. After this, I'll be your husband and you'll be my wife. Unbelievable. Yeah, I love you, Cove. That's amazing. Can't happen soon enough. You're speechless. Why is there no Woody redeem? Because I'm still not home, Flamingo. I go home tomorrow. Which is why we're doing the 18 plus thing tonight. Unacceptable. Twisting in your chair, you let the sigh You let the side of your face rest against the back of the chair. A demand a free would redeem. No. You rested there at the end of the long project. You watched your almost husband as he continued to drive ahead. The two of you were moving forward, full of hope and anticipation for the near future. After days, weeks, and years of waiting for you to commit yourself to the love of your life, the morning of your wedding arrives. It was a realization that hit you when you laid in the dark of the hotel room. Oh, Caro did go live. Okay. You're still half asleep, totally cozy. You're awake, feeling peaceful. You were fully awake, full of excitement. You were wide awake with nerves. You weren't able to tell exactly how long you've been up at that point. You rolled over to check the time and sat on the side table next to the bed was a stock standard digital clock, flashing the current hour and minute in bright red lines. It was time to get up, at least if you didn't want to be late or show up at your wedding in pajamas. And thinking of that, it struck you that Cove had to be getting up as well if he hadn't woken up even earlier. You reach over to the table and you got a hold of your phone, clicking it and showing a string of new messages. It wasn't hard to guess why people might have things they wanted to say to you that particular day, but one name on the list caught your attention over others. Cove. He had messaged you. You opened your chat with him instantly and read each individual text. I'm awake. I wanted to call you, but I don't want to wake you up if you're asleep. It's important to have a good night's sleep, especially now. And all the time. You can call me when you want to. I love you. Started grinning before you even finished the set. And by the end, your heart was starting to pound painfully. Cove brought you joy so effortlessly. You tapped at the screen to switch from messages to his contact page and clicked to call. There was already an answer the moment you lifted your phone to the ear. Hello, Sophia? Yeah, it's me. Oh, cool. The sound grew softer and you pressed the phone closer to hear. Congratulations on your wedding. Congratulations on your wedding. Good morning. It's a little early for that. You tease. I'm really looking for the day. Seeing you in your suit today. You chuckled. Congratulations on your wedding. He chimed back happily. Doesn't look like a wedding. Thank you. It was a lovely moment to share, both mundane and incredibly special in its own way. But then Cove gave a deep sigh. The gentle voice turned into a distant whisper. It's almost time. He brought back some longevity back into his tone with a joking question. Would it be wrong to say I'd rather go see you instead of getting ready? Yes, Cove. Not saying it, not to say, but you shouldn't actually do it. Think, Woodson, please don't bark. Fine. No. Hey, stop. Get some help. I forget what we were planning. Let's just hang out, you joked. You firm but affectionately huffed at the suggestion. Forget that the planning we did. Let's just go hang out. Not gonna laugh from Cove. I'll stay. People are coming here soon for the wedding party. After making a declaration to be responsible, he stalled there. Alright. Yeah. Cove's yeah wasn't directed at anything in particular. He was grasping to fill the space by time while he sorted through his thoughts. We're getting married. I'm going to marry you. As the gravity of the occasion fell on Cove heavier and heavier as he vocalized it. My stomach hurts. Cove? You weren't able to say another word before he snuck in an audible breath. I have to go right now. I'm getting nervous. It's getting worse, but I want to do this more than anything else. Your heart went out to the man you loved. You knew how these events were a struggle for him. There was a gasp as he finally let out the air he had been holding in. Bye. Love you. Gonna be okay, Cove. You can do it. Bye. See you soon. Don't force yourself too hard. Love you too. Goodbye. Bye. See you soon. Without letting his determination lapse, Cove ended the call. As short as the exchange was, hearing his voice had been such a nice way to start the day, and you knew it was the right choice to not fully separate. There was no point in lingering. You slipped out of bed, and you had places to be and people to see. Your clothes were hanging up against the door of the small hotel closet, and you went over to check over the outfit. You gave your arm a good stretch, feeling pleased with the assessment, and everything felt perfect. From there, you went into the bathroom to brush your teeth, shower before anything else. Once clean and dry and half-dressed, you went back out to the main space of the hotel room. Your phone lit up with new messages and you glanced over it. The wedding party had arrived and they were in the lobby. You put your own phone down and picked up the hotel landline. When the desk manager answered, you explained the situation and they promised to lead the group up to your room. The call ended simply. A short time later, a knock reverberated through the heavy front door, and you answered it right away. Lee was there with a smile to greet you. The rest of the party filled in after. Congrats and hellos were exchanged as they passed. It's nice to see you. You decided to do your own hair. You had a stylist come to do your own hair. You had Mom do your own hair. You had Liz do your own hair. You had Lee do your own hair. You had Miranda do your own hair. Or you had Kyra do your own hair. Oh my gosh. I don't know. Who the fuck wants to do my hair? Did we say Ma was a stylist? And you put on makeup, you hired a stylist to put on makeup, you had Mom put on her makeup, you had Liz do your makeup, Lee, Miranda, Kyra, or you didn't need to put on makeup. We'll have Liz do it. Lee knew the arrangement and would make sure it stayed on track. You got your party got right to work, changing, and polishing up for the occasion. You got yourself tucked, zipped, and buttoned into your fancy dress with a series of rapid, but not especially loud knocks struck the door. Only a few people could come into the room without approval. The sound was not Cove. There wasn't any of his usual notable pauses between knocks. That left one other main option, you thought, as your maid of honor went over to answer the door. Dexter! And there was on the other side was your partner in this wedding journey, Baxter. He changed his outfit. I think he just literally took off the jacket. This Baxter, his outfit looked like he reverted back to the teenage self. It was all black. But you were, oh god, motherfucking damn. But you were aware that the staff would be dressed top to bottom in dark shade to be recognized to the guests as employees and not possible long-lost cousins twice removed. He offered his polite greetings of his own to you and your party. Hello. Very good morning to you. Hi, good morning. I know. You look incredible already, but don't fret. I won't interrupt the process for long.
How are you?
I'm here to check in. Is there anything you need? Everything's good. Would you happen to have Cove on you somewhere? I got it under control. You shook your head. Would you happen to have Cove on you? The curve of his smile pulled ever so slightly higher. Unfortunately not. So let me add, I also came in order to inform you of the wedding status. Oh? A hopeful bent came through your tone.
Yes.
Yes, the status is it's ready when you are. It should go without a hitch. It was music to your ears, and you were so grateful Baxter had gone to so much effort as he had for this. With absolute earnest, Baxter wished you well.
Take care.
Sophia, I'll let you return to your preparation now. Bye. Thanks for coming. Lighthearted mood of the wedding swept back in with no further distraction. You cleaned up your nails, you painted your nails, Ma did your nails, Liz did your nails, Lee did your nails, Miranda did your nails, or Kyra did your nails. Who did I want to do my nails? I don't know. Miranda, you do it. Your nails are short, your nails are long. My nails are long. They're usually always long. For paint, you went with, oh, god, motherfucking name. Solid color, pastel color, French tips with a solid color, French tips with a pastel color. French tips with a pastel color. That was specifically red, pink, orange, yellow, green, blue, or purple. We're doing blue. Your party was there to get you through the wonderful whole morning of preparations. There were laughs and a few tears, all happy. There was a time investment, however, the look did eventually come together. The clothes, the hair, your makeup was all set to what had been planned for the day. You glanced down at yourself, fully dressed to get married. You did a happy twirl, you grinned, satisfied with yourself, you swallowed hard, you wiped your brows relieved, you released a steady breath, or you suddenly felt lightheaded. Happy twirl. You stood in the middle of the room, and after a moment, yourself, the rest of the group surrounded you. Aww. You never looked better. That's saying something. Just saying. You... You're dressed to a T. Oh, they're so cute, their outfits. You're all grown up. Oh, Kyra. I'm so glad I was able to be here for this one. Did you bring your boy? Miranda looked on, completely starry-eyed and amazed. And the moment had arrived, and you didn't have to wait any longer. Your wedding was about to begin, and Cove would be there when you arrived. You took a deep, steadying breath, and you stepped out into the hallway. Rapidly, you made your way to the elevator, and you took it down to the lobby floor. It didn't take you very long to weave across the hotel lobby, and exit through the front door. Outside, you immediately spotted the rental car that was sent to bring you to the poppy field. You slipped into the car, and your maid Honor tucked you in after you. I will have Lee. Closing your eyes, you got comfortable and enjoyed the drive. There was plenty of legroom. Glancing out the window, I'm just remembering going to prom and maybe driving in that dress. It was like one of those big kind of ballroom dresses, and I was like swimming in the puff because it full-blown surrounded the entire like little like in between like the console and the thing, and I had to make sure that it didn't get stuck in the door as I was driving to prom. I pooped your nose, Woodson. Boop-a-doop. Glancing out the window, your eyebrows raised in surprise because you recognized how far you were from the poppy field. It would only be a few minutes more until everything you've been working towards would finally come to fruition. Yep, fuck it. You were so joyful, your peace was overcoming, building with nervousness. Your peace was becoming a bustle of excitement. Nothing felt real at all. You're so joyful. I think Woodson just put himself to bed. And apparently it's 11. And I didn't see that. The car couldn't get there soon enough. Grinning from ear to ear, you were so ready for the ceremony to start. Lee couldn't sit still. She kept squirming until she eventually decided to lace her fingers together and rest them on her lap. I love Lee. This is going to be incredible. It's already amazing, Sophia. Thank you. I'm so glad you're here. You reached over to hug her. You teared up, or you smiled gratefully. Hug her. Squealing, Lee hugged you back tightly. You were overjoyed to have her there with you. I can still remember when you started telling me about Cove. Who would have thought we would be here years later? She laughed and you let go. You both sat back, comfortable in your seats, letting your vision getting blurry. I'm so happy for you. You two deserve a fairy tale happily ever after. Baxter wasn't kidding when he said the hotel was near the ceremony. The trip was already over, and there wasn't another second to spare. You slowly exited the car and went forward, and you finally took in the first sight of your ceremony. Aww. Cute. The field was white linen. The field of white linen poppies. The same spot you had taken your most important person in order to make him smile years ago. A warm rays of the sun drifted down on you as floral tinges of gust of of winds came. My brain. Please read. Your floral tinged gusts of winds came out over the expansive hills. It was soothing. It doesn't help with the white background-ish. Beyond the chairs for the guests was an arch bursting with leaves and flowers, as if it sprouted from the ground itself. Everything was aglow. Even the petals of each individual poppy seemed to sparkle more than usual. Sophia. Your planner was immediately been informed of your arrival and came to greet you right on schedule.
Good afternoon.
Oh, good to see you again. So soon after the last time. He tilted his head in your direction casually while chuckling. As simple as the comment was, he laughed along easy. This was a wonderful day, and every second was one to enjoy. Then all presence of casual for the day left Baxter's voice. A bright fire lit from his dark eyes.
Now,
It's showtime. Let's get into our proper positions. The wedding parties have been led up to the front, where they'll be standing by, while each guest gets directed to the open seats in the audience area.
does that sound alright?
Sophia, please go back further with me so you can be ready for the aisle walk. I'll send Cove over next. On the promise of being reunited with Cove, you let yourself be led away by Baxter. And you only had to hold on a little longer, and then you would get to see him. You went back down the bend, and was eagerly hastiness to your pace. A corner was turned, separating you from the main scene. Good luck, Sophia, and I'll congratulate you when it's over. Baxter trusted you enough to handle the rest and waved quietly over his shoulder as he left. He had to handle more of the arrangement behind the scenes, so you and Cove could have your spotlight. You stood there alone, foot tapping, resisting the urge to pace. You've never been more grateful for how quickly Baxter worked when, only a minute later, you heard someone approach. At long last, what you had been anticipating came to be. You saw him again. Ta-da! Our boy! I'm sending it to Caro because she is missing this. I know she'll see it later, but she gets the photo. Streaming unplanned. There. Good. Cove Holton. Itch. The last name rang especially strong in your mind because it would be the last time he would have it. In minutes, he would be Cove Layton. Oh my god. Without a word, Cove lifted his arm for you to take. His blue eyes were crystal clear, and you can see your future together sparkling within them. Seeing him like that, completely ready to marry you, was breathtaking. You wrapped your arm with his gleeful, creating a secure link. The touch coaxed one of his precious wobbly smiles onto his face, though he still couldn't say a full word. The assistant joined in only briefly to hand you a delicate crafted white poppy bouquet that you had designed with Cove, who gratefully accepted it, holding it at the base with your free hand and gripping it tight. The assistant made their exit while you're trying to relax by breathing in the gentle perfume of the bouquet. It was sweet and beautiful and reminded you of Cove. You peeked at him behind the petals, and he was watching you too. While waiting in the wings, footsteps and distant clatter of crowds and the heavy breathing of your partner and your own heartbeat pattering in your ears. Your eyes closed as you strained to hear the cue above the rest of the noise. But there was no need. You knew the moment had arrived when everything in the distance went silent and you felt as though your heart frozen in place, not wanting to be the one to interrupt. The first note was struck, and Cove's hold on you tightened into a trembling squeeze. That's all you needed to move forward. You began to walk forward with the love of your life. There he goes, crying. He was right there by your side. His legs were shaking too. Someone get Derek, he's gonna fall. And from the corner of your eyes, you could see his cheeks were wet with heavy tears. You never beamed brighter. You were absolutely a sobbing mess of emotion. You smiled softly with tears gathering in the corner of your eyes. You were stone stiff with nerves. You were unsteady on your feet, afraid you might faint before Cove even had the chance. Imagine if everyone's like, oh, Cove's gonna faint, and watches like I'm the one who does it. You had to resist the urge to drag him down the aisle to get to the end of it already. Oh my gosh. I'll do this one. You watched as his mouth opened and closed as if he was trying to speak to you, though if he was actually saying words, they were far too quiet for you to hear. The crowd was full of joyous smiles and loving glances, but no one made the move to distract you and Cove away from each other. You wouldn't have had noticed if they had tried. All you were aware of in the entire world was the wonderful man you were holding desperately onto your arm. And how, on one of your shared strides, his knees locked and Cove stumbled. There he goes. You rooted yourself in place, pulling up Cove to keep him from falling completely. He leaned into you and you both swayed side to side, but he stayed on his feet. Right. The two of you straightened yourself out and kept going. You were equally committed to reaching the end of the aisle. No surprise. It may have not been graceful, but to you it was beautiful. You made it. When you arrived, you loosened your hold on one another to change position. You stood in front of him face to face. Softly, Cove's lips parted again, and finally, the time you knew was... That time you knew what it was, your name. Sophia. He lifted one hand to wipe tears from the crink of your eye. He brought his head lower to be closer to yours, still caressing your face even after all those tears were gone. Your tears were soothed to stop, brand new tears of joy fell. Tears were soothed to stop, but you pressed your forehead against him, brand new tears of joy fell, and you pressed your forehead against his. Oh. It couldn't be helped. The delicate way he held you only made your emotions swell more. But you embraced it, nuzzling against the one person who impacted you in such a way. A hush came over the crowd as the certified figure began to speak. It was time. The ceremony speech flowed over you. You listened to each word, but the sentence faded out of focus the second they had passed. It was like having a dream. Thoughts and feelings of your own mind held far more weight than anything outside of it. What did break you through to you was Ko's bashful gestures, shuffling feet, quivering eyes, a palpable nervous energy that was barely swallowed down. Not one single moment went unnoticed. Before you completely lose yourself in Ko's gaze, your attention crystallized in an instant. The certified figure said, "Bows." It struck Cove as well because his knees visibly locked underneath him. In slow motion, he began to tip backwards. You instinctively grabbed his wrist, pulling on his sleeves in an attempt to keep your beloved from leading any further. Nervous set of arms rose all around as your wedding party posed themselves to catch Cove from falling their way. Derek took an extra step forward by actually stepping forward. An extra step further by actually stepping forward. He made certain that he would get a hold of his friend if he came down. Cove regained his control of his legs and caught himself by anchoring back on the balls of his right foot and kept that firmly planted. He still was so absorbed in the moment, the notion to be embarrassed by his near faint. It didn't take up any space in his mind as it hadn't happened, at least for Cove. The certified figure, however, lifted a brow, assessing if your groom was physically capable of completing the ceremony. For all his trembling, Cove stood stiffly, a pillar that couldn't be moved. It was enough to appease your certified figure into continuing. The couple that had chosen to prepare their own vows will share them now. Cove Houghton, please begin. He took a long breath through his nose. After so much built up to the wedding and all efforts that it took to create it, this was the final hurdle for him, accumulating his deepest feelings for you out loud. Cove looked at your gray eyes, searching for the words he needed. You waited, impressing as much as encouragement you could in your gaze. Finally, Cove began his vows. Sophia, we met when we were 8 years old. And, well, I wanted to run away to Nevada somehow that first summer I moved into the neighborhood. Truthfully, I had planned to do it before my dad and I had even made it to Sunset Bird. Didn't matter what it was going to be like. How could I ever be okay? But I saw you the first day I was there, and nothing went the way I thought. You changed everything in my life. He sunk lower into himself, sheepishly offering a goofy grin.
Well...
I still made an attempt to my childlike genius, but it was going to be for a visit. And you came to find me, you tracked me down all the way to the end of the town. You were the one person I needed when I was so little and so alone. And you're still the one I need right now. You and me are a couple of rotten eggs forever. Every far-off image played in his mind brought further joy to Ko's features. He laughed nostalgically. You picked my side over your own sister, and even put up with me even when I was pretty selfish. You were there for me when I was actually upset.
Thank you.
I got to have a childhood thanks to you. You didn't let me lose it all because I was sad. I had someone I could make those memories and cherish with. Making sandcastles, watching clouds, catching fireflies, and everything else. Though, about those fireflies, when we were out on the Poppy Hill, you let me touch your hand to help me catch one. My heart was racing and I accidentally scared it away.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I've been pretty nervous around you forever, and that's never gonna change, sorry. The lovely flush of his cheeks deepened even to a deeper shade of red. But a really big deal to me then was my dad's deal. How he offered you $20 to be my friend. Oh god, we're outing his dad in front of everyone. To be friends with me, and you told me the truth about it. What if we didn't tell him? Ko's voice broke completely. He swallowed heavily before trying again to get the words out. Felt really bad about that. I didn't even know why for sure. Maybe I felt like no one would ever really want to stay with me. I felt like no one could ever really want to stay with someone like me. All I did was cause trouble, and my dad was proving me right. If he had to pay someone to be with me, it must have been true. You didn't leave. Even though I tried to push you away then, and you never left, I was wrong. It wasn't just the problem, and I could believe it because of you.
I'm so glad.
I'm still amazed how we kind of got together when we were just 13. He tugged at his collar while bouncing on his feet, the exact picture of a giddy schoolboy. We kissed and it was wonderful, but even still, when puberty happened, so many things seemed harder than before. We're going through the entire game, I don't care. I'm definitely glad you were around to help me survive it all. Especially my, in hindsight, painfully obvious crush on you that felt unbearable to me. and I bet it was probably frustrating to everyone who was watching it too. I could barely manage to sit next to you on a bed and share a smoothie with you. Thank God the hormonal nightmare didn't screw things up for me. General relief came out of Cove in a sigh, but I don't know how I was supposed to act normal when you looked at me so nicely with the beautiful eyes. He began to get taken into them as he spoke, his own eyes growing hazy and his smile wobbling. Cove shook his head to force himself out of the self-inflicted trance. There was a time where I started to sneak out to visit you through the window. I wanted to be with you when I was happy or when something was wrong and I couldn't stay away. Lucky for me, you didn't mind spending your days or nights in my company. Nice suit. I know. Look at his suit. We're still going through the vows right now. With a light touch of wistfulness, Cove recalled the experience after experience of all those years. Going on trips together, big ones and small ones, just hanging around our houses and in the neighborhood, talking about who we were as people playing cards. And that time there was a sun shower. We stick together during parties, and you could even make it fun for someone who is socially awkward as I am. Of course, the way you poured water over Jeremy was always incredible. Pretty sure Jeremy is in the crowd right now. I did invite him. Actually, you've always been there for, been there for me when I had to deal with other kids at the park. As he continued rubbing us, he chuckled adorably.
Well...
And I started to get closer to your family too. Well, at least your mom's. Elizabeth wasn't exactly interested in being good friends when we were teens. I appreciate that you always put up with my parents and their wild plans, by the way.
I remember.
I can still remember how badly I wanted to be grown up as an awkward tween. And then suddenly we graduated high school and it was really time to be an adult. Getting my first job, taking the first long drive without my parents, accepting how small our little town was in the grand scheme of things. Just trying to figure it out what I was even going to do with my life. I was lost. And all I wanted was to make sure I didn't lose what mattered when things had to change. Most of all, you. You were my special someone. And that's when I had fallen in love with you. You were the first person I was able to open up to about my sexuality. And when I finally knew for sure what that was. And you were the one who helped me keep it together when I was overthinking things. His speech of all that he treasured about you went on and on in an interrupted stream. He couldn't stop himself. I could talk to you about anything, like the accident where I got my scar. I knew you would understand. As mundane and drudge adult stuff could be, I had a source of relief from it because you had been around. You let me have taste of your food, and you always gave the best gifts. You loved me even if I wasn't a cruel mermaid man who would take you on magical adventures.
Thanks for waiting for me.
And You lived with how long it took me to be able to do anything romantic. I was feeling a lot and didn't do great at managing it, but I was so clingy too, and I never wanted to be apart then. I think I'm a little bit more of a big boy about it now, maybe.
Huh.
You just... He at long last stopped to breathe before his emotional-driven attempt to convey himself continued in full force. You make me happy in so many ways no one else ever could. It was the happiest moment of my life when you proposed to me. Until now, I couldn't believe you wanted to be with me as much as I wanted to be with you. Well, a lot has happened, huh? We're definitely adults, and we're at our own wedding.
It's okay.
We made it through it all the months and months of growing up, and we made it. We're making it through this day, making it this day happen. Though how nervous I was, I think I might have worried the planner that I would convince you to elope just to get away with it. I think I might have been worried. But you took the pressure in stride. And I love that you were so reassuring. You were such a charming human being. I don't want to try to imagine how many tears you have wiped away for me in all these years. You helped me have the confidence to grow as a man. You can still make me feel like a kid again. Oh, I'm tearing up. With you, nothing ever really ends. It just begins again in a new way. And basically, what I'm trying to say is, no matter how hard I try and can never, ever, never thank you enough for being mine and letting me be yours. Cove wept heavily, no longer being able to stay above the waves of emotion that opened himself up for so fully had what?
I love you.
So much, Sophia, and fully wiping his sleeve against his eye, every tear the fabric caught was immediately replaced. Those are my vows. I don't know how I'm supposed to end them. I hope you'll marry me. Oh my gosh, I love this boy. You were so touched by his words, you couldn't stand how sweet he was. You giggled at the way he closed them. It's just like him. You were struggling to keep your own feelings in check. You were just stunned by Co's vows. Couldn't stand how sweet he was. Oh, it's sweet. You squinted your eyes were glossy, you shed a tear, you were crying too now, you were bawling. Bitch, I'm crying, I'm shedding a tear. Thank you, Cove. Sophia, may you say yours. The certified figure had all but disappeared from your mind. All you were aware of was Cove. But the request couldn't be ignored. Now, you would take on the endeavor of explaining everything Cove was to you and everything he would be to you throughout knowing him almost your entire life. You choose to say, I want to thank you. I promise, I adore Cove. All I want to tell you who you are. Cove, all I want is to tell you who you are to me. I didn't realize I'm running vows, bitches. Oh no. You, you are my beloved crybaby. You are a wonderful man. You are my precious ocean boy. You are my sunshine. You are my soulmate. You are my space cadet. Hi, Caro. How was your stream? Zombie raid. Hi, how is everyone coming in? I'm in the middle of my vows right now, and I wasn't expecting it. I'm guessing this is going on longer than your raid, your stream. I object, too bad. We're here to crash the wedding. You missed him. He's already crying at this point. I object. Hi, welcome in, raiders. I'm Wolfie. I'm a shadow being. I bring an army. And I'm currently marrying a boy. I'm about like 2 hours into this thing, and I'm trying not to destroy my voice after the like 11-hour stream of trying to finish the damn game. But yeah, Caro, how was your stream? What did you play? I didn't quite pay attention. I'm deciding between calling him a precious ocean boy or my space cadet. I think I might do space cadet. God damn! TG, you scared the shit out of me. Got a phone call from the insurance, so I had to end. Oh. We were touching up my art model and watching a Niji Sandy video. Oh, okay.
I can't believe you've done this.
I know. I finally got married. All I know is we're meant to be getting together. Oh my gosh, reading has been like a pain. And you are the one I'll love for the rest of my life. I want you to be there. I am the luckiest person in the world. You get to say that. You are the best thing that has ever happened to me. I'm too emotional to say anything else. Here. I mean, you were doing this for 11 hours straight last night, yes. Well, since you're ended, I only have tonight left in this house. So I was thinking about doing the 18 plus stream. Either tonight or tomorrow morning. Do it, yeah. Well, I'm definitely doing it when I have the house to myself, because I definitely don't want to be reading this around anyone else. The quarantine room's yours, yeah. Are you going to be streaming again? Are you doing that at night for yourself? Today at night. Tonight? My time? No. Because I'm trying to debate if I want to do it in the morning, because I think at 4 o'clock my time they will be coming. So I could do it a morning stream, or where it's night for you. I could set it up, just do it at your normal streaming time. Hell yeah. Okay. I think I'll do that then. I'll fucking put it in the quarantine zone. It's like, yo, Here, it at least gives me a chance to rest my voice after this for a little bit longer. Now, I guess to finish these wedding vows, I shall be there, probably rig on my model. And laughing in V's. You know, you can fucking join. I don't care if people want to talk or whatever during it. I don't care if each one of you picks a goddamn line to read. I don't even mind if you don't say anything and you're on mute the entire time. Because it's going to be awkward as hell because I'm like, ooh. Alright. You're the one I love for the rest of my life. Oh god. He's already started bawling. I have started bawling. During the 18 plus stream, yeah. So it's gonna be on Caro's Discord at the normal time that she streams. So like in the morning for us. So at 7 o'clock in the morning for us, our time. Oh my god. Cove covered his face with trembling hands. He muttered, crying, and all around about to pass out again. Your certified figure nodded contently, accepting those vows. His vows were really long. I don't like mourning. Too bad. Now, back into Hanky Panky. Well, you said something about it being okay after the wedding. Well, we're at the fucking wedding. What are you gonna do, Daddy? Accepting those vows as your sworn oath to your very nearly husband. Cove Holton, do you take Sophia Layton to be your lawfully wedded wife? Carl, look, you're in perfect time for the wedding. He let his hands fall and ready to face you directly. Cove shaking, dripping wet eyes stayed locked on yours. No! It's funny because they never said, does anyone, like, forever hold your peace? No one said, or, like, they didn't even say that. But during his vows, he talked about me pouring water on Jeremy. And I'm like, I invited Jeremy to this dude. What if he's in the crowd? The confidence of the man who was waiting for this moment for years. He answered with a completely surely,
I do.
It was absolutely heart-stopping, and your turn to respond had come. Do you, Sophia Layton, take Cove Houghton to be your lawfully wedded husband? I do. I do. I do. I do. I do. What he said. I'm sorry, but I couldn't just imagine myself being like completely nervous doing it. Like, yeah, what he said. Are you nodded with uncertainty? I do. Ko's smile was radiant. His tears were constant, and you were surely making him happier than anything ever had. Your maid of honor and Cove's best man stepped forward. Each of them held out a small box containing the wedding bands. Cove's hand shook as he reached for the tiny treasure chest. With a focus furrowed in his brow, he accepted the black rings. I forgot we made the rings black. You gladly offered your hand to Cove, and he cradled it gently in one of his own. For a few seconds, all he could do was stare at your skin. Cove was so still for a moment, but then he used his free hand to bring the band towards your fingers tips. Aww. Oh yeah, I had my nails done. He carefully slid the finger carefully slid the ring onto its proper place on your finger. Hello, Zerku. How are you? Welcome to the wedding.
A true gentleman leaves no
And
puzzle
thank you for the
unsolved.
follow. Welcome to the Shadow Realm. I hope you enjoy your stay. Your gaze locked onto... Alright, which one of you? Of course it's Daddy, Caro, farting up at the wedding. Does all your sadness make you gassy? Your gaze locked onto it with utter amazement. Weddings make me gassy. Especially this one. Swallowing thickly, Cove raised his hand out for you. You held it in return, brushing your thumb across his palm. It was your turn. Hi, Flamingo. With you received the matching ring in its box. You slid it onto Cove's finger beautifully. He gasped under his breath, fixated on the ring. You tenderly squeezed his hand, and Cove finally met your eyes again. His cheeks held you with an excited, electrifying stare, and you were in awe of the whole moment. Then by the power vested in me by the state of California, I pronounce you to be husband and wife. My body took a screenshot? Fuck you, TG. Hype train. What the fuck? Why you got... Oh, no, the hype train is close. But what the fuck? You can now... You threw me off my groove. Fuck you. You can now kiss. Cove's knees may have started knocking together once more, but I'm watching you. Keep it up, and I will. I can't even talk anymore. Everyone's just gassy at the wedding. Guys, we haven't even served the food yet. Caro, I made sure there was wine there. Alright, Caro, why are you farting too? Caro, I made sure there was liquor. Have fun. May have started knocking together once more, but his gaze was nothing but eager. You reached for each other in a loving kiss. You kiss Cove on the cheek, you kiss Cove on the forehead. You threw yourself into Cove's arms and kissed him passionately. Hell yeah, drink away my troubles. Jump into his arms, bitches. Boop. Waiting for even a second longer was impossible. You sprang forward like a shot, tangling yourself around him. Your husband stumbled, but was able to keep proper hold of you as you knew he would. Your lips connected with Cove in an urgent expression of your love for him. TJ's just crying in the background. He returned the kiss just as neededly. The beautiful flowers of your bouquet tickled against your skin as Cove's body pressed up against you. After your faces shifted, oh my gosh. TG. Your face shifted away just a hairbreadth so you could see one other fully. His expression was wholly adoring, and you could still feel his warmth lingering. The crowd erupted in cheers and applause around you. Giddily, you ducked your head towards Cove's shoulder and laughed. Oh yeah, I forgot I said something about confetti. Around you, confetti. TG! Keep it up and I'll turn them off. Especially how long these are. Why did you have to pick the fight? Take the biddies! I don't want your goddamn biddies at this point. Thank you, but damn it. I'm gonna make this wedding difficult. I love that the thing is fucking called difficult too. Oh my gosh. Confetti rained down like delicate flower petals. Your smile widened as you watched your friends and family excitedly throw into the air in celebration. The mood has been set. Peeking over Cove's shoulder, I'm like expecting something to happen now. You realize that he had barely paid attention to any of the jubilance around you both. Instead, his gaze was solely fixated on you. He took your hand gently. He linked arms around you. He walked by your side. He scooped you up into his arms. He's carrying me out of this thing. The corner of his mouth pulled into a bent smile as Cove swept you off your feet, and you giggled as he secured you in his hold on you. Beaming, you loosely wrapped your arms around his neck. His skin reddened, and you took the opportunity to rest a hand on his cheek and planted a kiss on the other. So damn. You were kidding about how long they were. Yeah. Yeah. You played this one. The others are also quite as long. That is also kind of why they're so cheap, is because I'm like, if you guys keep playing them, then I'll put them up, but like, they're long. You went down the aisle gleefully. As you passed your friends and family, you caught several thumbs up, proud nods, and cheerful waves. Some were even clapping, sniffling. Your vision threatened to fill with tears after witnessing more than a handful of people dabbing their eyes with tissues. When you briefly came close enough to Mr. Holton, he patted Cove on the shoulder. Despite his weepy expression, you could tell that he had the greatest pride for his son. You waved at everyone, you blew a kiss to the crowd, you shyly covered your face, thank you, you kissed Cove on the cheek, I already kissed him on the cheek, blew a kiss into the crowd. This is for you, Daddy Carl. You blew kisses out to your guests, were met with new rounds of cheers and whistles. After leaving the ceremony in the late afternoon, it was time for your wedding photos. Yeah! You can drink it away. You and Cove met up with the wedding party and the photographer while the other guests were heading over to the reception spot. I'm contaminated. Fertilizer kiss. It wasn't him kissing, it was me. Bitch, I need another beer. There's coffee too if you want to be energetic too. The excursion was filled with fun, laughter, while the photographer set out to get ideal shots. Cove lovingly held to your face and not afraid to show his affection in front of the camera for a change. His thumb brushed lightly across your cheek, and then he pressed his forehead to yours. But he kissed you, so it's best on. Oh my gosh. His breath was warm on your skin, and you closed your eyes shut to relish in his love. When he pulled away, you were speechless. But you also had a feeling that was going to be one of the best shots of the lot. When the sun began to set about an hour later, you knew it was time to rejoin with the everyone else. And so you eagerly got back into the car again to finally see the second location. Oh, look at it! Where's my 5-tier cake? You and Cope entered through the main doors and walked into the reception space, and there were your friends, your family, were waiting patiently for this moment. The room was filled with familiar cheers and whistles and applause at your arrival. As the noise had lessened, you began to hear various calls of congrats and welcome back. The love emanating from your friends and family was palpable. We lost her to fertilizer. Baxter made his way to the center of the room and began to gesture people back. The rest of the staff followed his lead and made space in the crowd. When the path ahead had been cleared, you took a deep breath, and it was time. The beginning note of your first dance song played. You heard a few of the guests speak in hushed tones, anticipation rise as the melody kicked in. It was slow pace, it was moderate pace, it was fast pace. I think we'll do moderate. Cove met your eyes. As ready as he could be, he took your hands. You heard a high-pitched whine of a microphone and saw Baxter smiling. Now, the couple will have their first dance. While your legs were shaking from all the acute emotions still lingering. From the ceremony, your joy was getting to dance with your husband. It gave you the strength to make it your way to the dance floor. Cove did his best to keep up with the cadence of the track. Every so often, he had to take a cautious glance down to make sure he wasn't about to crush your toes. Your moves were amazing. You were able to perform fine.
I can't believe you've done this.
I'm just dancing. Calm down. But I did get married. You struggled more than usual. The moment was overwhelming. Your dance lessons were worth it. My moves are amazing, bitches. Step, step, turn, step. You were one with the music and your routine was on fire. You felt absolutely alive. Your dancing was so good that you were able to cover for Cove's struggles, and he laughed as you swept up and down the floor. Both of you kept up the tempo. The two of you gallivanted across the floor, hearts pounding and expressions bright. Partway through the dance, the music reached its slowest part, and the dance was for this section was simple and allowed you a chance to prepare for the more complicated steps to coming up. Cove took a second to speak softly to you. Leaning in just close enough that you could hear him over the music. This is the first moment to ourselves since even before the wedding. Cove clearly was grateful for the chance to finally talk to you. You're beautiful. You are too. I'm so lucky. No one's even more lovely than you. You blushed, speechless, or you squeezed his hand with affection. I'm so lucky. This wonderful man was yours. Cove blushed lightly rosy pink and beamed at you. This makes me think of the night of the summer soiree. You continue to sway with your husband. Cove let out a stuttering laugh. His face went through a roller coaster of emotion before settling on amused. I hope I'm at least a better dancer now than I was then, but
Me too.
honestly, I've been thinking about that too. I remember exactly how it felt dancing with you years ago, and I had a lot of hope then. I wanted it to last forever, but I also desperately wanted it to skip ahead so that I knew what things would be like for us in the future. Now we're actually here. We made it. Cove sighed dreamily as he looked into your eyes. Thank God the ceremony's over and now we can just be married now. Not that the wedding was bad. He winced as soon as he realized how his words sounded and he shook his head. I just kept thinking that I ruined something or something terrible would happen. At this point, a truck full of apples could have come through and destroyed the dinner, and I wouldn't care. I felt the same way. You were touched that you wouldn't get depressed over missing a meal. I'm touched that you won't get depressed over missing a meal. Please note, you're adorable. Now that would be something to remember. You shook your head affectionately. I've touched you wouldn't get depressed over missing a meal. You pictured him sulky and sad, but he didn't get any wedding cake. And then the music reached the bridge of the song with the complex choreography. Both of you focused more on the dance. That stopped your conversation in its track, and the two of you became absorbed in dancing once more as the song ended. The song's end grew closer and closer. The final note was struck, and the dance ended in a spinning flourish. The dance ended with you dipping Cove. The dance ended with Cove dipping you. The dance ended with both of you. Dance ended with you both landing the final step. The dance ended with a bit of stumble, but you both kept up. Cove, you better dip my Cove dipped was slightly awkward due to the height difference between you two. You did have to arch his back to get you lower than you already were compared to him. Not that short, damn. He made it work though. Cove's ears brushed over your ear. You're a really good partner. Your face felt hot. Oh my god. And it wasn't from the dancing. You heard a clap that steady transformed into a wild applause. Turning to face the crowd, you both looked over at your friends and family cheering. You bowed, you curtsied, you did a mini celebration dance to mark your success. You wiped your brow, your sharpness reared its head, and you looked away, or you grinned at all the encouraging faces. Curtsy, bitches! You gracefully curtsied to your audience, keeping your back straight and knees low. The clap got louder. Tilting your head back to your husband, you caught his proud smile. Cove continued to watch you rather than switching his attention to the guests. He twisted his wedding band bashfully around his finger. With the first dance done, you both left the open floor to join the others and properly greet your sitting guests. Cove offered you his arm to take once more. You took his arm, you offered Cove your arm instead, you took his hand instead, or you gestured that you were fine. I can take his arm. Your arm wrapped around his, fitting as snugly together as a matching pieces of a puzzle. Every puzzle has its answer. Dance with the parents. I am getting around to that. Jeez. A hold that couldn't easily be broken. Physically and legally linked together, you and Cove went forward as one. After a few strides, you arrived at the nearest table arrangement that had close family all around it, including your mom and Ma. The two had scooted their chairs closer and were eagerly whispering to one another, trading words of excitement back and forth. Feeling awkward about having to interrupt, though realizing there was no reason to feel that way, Cove cleared his throat to announce you that you're in his presence.
Hey,
Oops, I didn't.
hey.
Okay. Aww. Cute. Snapping. Here you go, Flamingo. Mommies. Snapping out of their private fervor, your parents turned the enthusiasm straight towards you two, the two of you. Hello, you waved for them. You went in between to give a hug behind. You reached over to take their hands, hugging my mothers. The two of them leaned into your shoulder, returning the embrace. After keeping hold long enough to be warmed up by the shared body heat, you let go in order to stand up straight. Hello again, kiddos. Ma folded her hands together on top of the table daintily, and Mom followed Mom with her own greeting. Welcome. It's so good to have you here at the reception now. Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Of course.
The ceremony was beautiful. You surely nailed the theming with that venue. Almost incredible. All the efforts paid off then. Hearing people actually discuss the wedding as a real event, Cove became tongue-tied. Your maha. Darn it, Flamingo. You know what? Sure. After what happened last time, I won't say anything. I daved already. I'm actually a little bit tempted to change save into Dave. Your ma watched over the both of you, doting as it was knowing.
Have fun.
Did I skip?
Have fun.
Yeah.
Have fun.
Have fun greeting everyone else. We'll be here if you need us. Yeah. We still gotta try the food while you're busy with your big day. Dave buyers, resurfers, you and Dave, right? I already daved. I love you, moms. Thank you so much. You're the best parents anyone could have. I appreciate everything. You're lucky to have such lovely children. Or you nodded shyly. Bye. You're the best parents anyone could ask for. Shucks, thanks, Sophia. Oh look! You guys finally get the codes. Thanks again. Moms? Ma squeezed together. Mom's fingers squeezed together even more tightly, a visual reputation of the restraint that she was exerting not to cheer inappropriately loud. Well, Ma was trying not to spook Ove after his attempted attempt to use the new title. Mom had no qualms about saying something embarrassing. Woohoo! We got an upgrade. It's about time. Damn. We tease this boy way too much. Cove's gaze immediately dropped to his feet and his nearly constant flush from the day had reappeared. You gave your husband a reassuring pat on his arm, proud and pleased at his braveness. Okay, bye. And Cove scuttles off, needing to escape, and you gave your parents a wave as you stuck by him. Goodbye. Good luck out there. You and Cove Yours and Ko's mom took their glasses of wine in hand and clinked them together. Why didn't we say anything to Kyra? Excuse me. Together, celebratory. To Sophia and Cove. As matching images of each other, they sipped drinks in good cheer. Located at the same table were Cove's parents. Oh my gosh. Okay. We just reached the 3-hour mark. I am going to go to the bathroom real quick because I have to pee. I'll be right back before we get more into this reception because I believe this might be toward the end of this game. I'm hoping. I made a mess over here. Okay. Hi. I'm back. Located at the same table, Cove's parents, they were taking it easy until Cliff noticed you and Cove had eyes on him. There you go, Caro. There's your daddy. Cute. His grin ramped up to 1,000 watts.
Hey!
It's our local celebrity of the day. Cliff folded his arms, self-satisfied. The wedding's all going to plan, I'm pretty sure, but I'll keep a watch still. If there's anything else I can do for you, give me a shout. I love you, but hate your son. Cove brightened in a similar way. His tone was full of affection for his father. Hi, Dad. And thanks. Hi. You clapped his back happily. You walked over the table to give him a hug. You gave a thumbs up or you smiled shyly. I love you, but I hate you. Give him a hug. It was tricky to weave through the space, but I keep forgetting I'm in like a dress and I remember how hard it is to weave through tables. It was tricky to weave through the space, but you were able to get in arm's reach of Cliff, and he opened his arms wide for you and squeezed you back. Soon you had to get out from behind the chairs and the other guests, so you let Cliff go and nudge your way over to Cove again. Cliff began to chuckle, amused that as his eyebrows lifted higher onto his head. You know, Sophia, I was there in the hotel early with Cove today. It was an event. You should have seen how excited my boy was when you rang. Trying to make up for you not being there in person, he put on a full imitation of the scene, Cliff tugged his cheeks. Cliff tugged at his cheeks and pinched and raised the pitch in his voice. Oh my god! Sophia's calling! The real deal had proven to be far superior when Cove followed right being with a general exclaim of shock. Dad! Cliff let his arms return to a relaxed cross position after the performance, shaking his head fondly. The two of you met when you were 8, and Cove still gets like that after a phone call. It's nice. Your heart fluttered at the thought of it. It made you happy to know he missed you, and that flame that he held for you burned as bright as ever. Aw, I'm glad you missed me. It never ceased to make you happy when it made apparent that the flame that he held for you burned as bright as ever. Cove made a manager attempt to give his father a cross look, but it was soon overrun by a blush. Your positive reaction was far bigger deal to him than the teasing. Cliff shyly winked and waving you and Cove off.
Right.
I don't have to hog you. Everyone wants to see you. Okay, see you later. Bye, Dad. Your very own dad beamed with joy. Of course. I don't know how I ended up with 2 kids as good as you. Cliff surveyed his 2 children proudly with his chest puffed out. I'll have to say, well, actually, I'll say it later. You'll have to wait for my big speech. Here it comes. Get ready, Sophia. I hope that we get to hear everyone's speeches. Because I was like, open mic. I don't care who says it, but I want people to say it. I don't care if Shiloh gets up there. I don't care if Jeremy gets up there. I want everyone to get up there. Who knows if any of them actually came. I still invited them. Here it comes. Get ready, Sophia. Come on, sport. It's gonna be great. Now go. Love you. You're an amazing dad. Thank you for all the years. Hand him $20. Or, that's not what it said, but smile warmly. You're an amazing dad. You're amazing yourself. And then finally you round the table's edge and reach the side where Kyra sat. She was patiently sipping at a steaming cup of coffee, placing it down when she noted it was time for the meet and greet with you two.
Hey.
Hi, Mom. Hello, my babies. Hi, nice to meet you. You leaned over for a hug. I'm hugging everyone. Placing a hand on her shoulder, or you waved at her. Hugging everyone. I still laugh that I don't like hugs in real life. It took some stretching, but you were able to gain access enough to Kyra's space in order to give her a solid hug. She put her arms around your shoulder gladly. You shared that affectionate touch for a moment and then shifted yourself back up.
Thanks.
For helping with the party stuff. Of course, anything I can do for your special day. Flamingo. Oh wait, never mind, she's taken. Ignore me. Anything I can do for your special day is at the top of my list. Also, it was a marvelous dance, such an incredible way to make an entrance. And I'm impressed that you found this place. Talk about the perfect location for my little ocean man. I like the fish. Cove kicked the tips of his shiny shoe at nothing in particular, and his shoulders shifted from side to side shyly. Cove was forever incapable of seeming like a fully grown man in front of his mom. Kyra's brows bent as she looked at him adorably. And then she shut her eyes and brought out more energy.
See you soon.
I'll see the two of you again soon. You should go and explore the rest of your exquisite reception. Oh, right. We probably should do that. Bye. Bye, Mom. Her gentlest tone, Kyra cooed. Goodbye, goodbye, baby. I love you. I hope you have a great rest of your night. I really appreciate you always supporting us. You're a wonderful mom. Or you left it there. And so are you. Then you had to continue on to the next table in the seating arrangement. There were still guests waiting to see you both. You had a pleasant conversation with your aunt and uncle on Mom's side. They couldn't have been more pleased that you had found someone who made you happy as Code did. Right by was their daughter, your cousin, as well as your older sister. They were throwing looks, not so subtle, wanting to speak their piece, but they didn't interrupt your chat with the other family. Look at him! Look at Lee! Tara, look at them, they're so cute! When it was officially their turn, the ladies placed their glasses of juice and put a matching curved smile. Cove shifted on his feet, embarrassed. They didn't need to say anything. You grinning at the two, you walked over and hugged them around the side. You shook your head in an affectionate, or you sighed the teasing, long-suffering way. Now I'm hugging people. You were able to shimmy around the furniture and get yourself behind both, and you wrapped your arms across their backs. These squished against you while giggling. Liz gave a true big sister sibling ruffle the top of your head. After the embrace, you slipped out from between them and headed over to Cove again. We did a good work, didn't we? It was nice to be able to relax after all the preparation.
Totally.
Everything went incredibly. You're both beautiful, and it was just as touching and as amazing. Perfect. Cove, laughed airily. Lee's energy level was as high as ever. Hello to you, too. You must be relieved that there's no accidentally drowning in those waterworks going off during the ceremony. Lee couldn't suppress a snicker, and Cove, on the other hand, pouted indigenously. To be serious for a moment, you sensitive souls did very well with those vows. Thanks for all that and everything. It was nice to see you.
Aww.
You're so welcome.
You're welcome.
Yes, you are welcome. And thanks for coming to us on your wedding tour. Bye. You waved back well, see you too. Love you too. I'm glad you were my family. It means a lot to me to have you in my life. You know, one of these days, you're gonna run out of ways to tease us. No, they won't. The feeling's mutual. With everyone at the spa properly greeted, you and your husband began to stroll along to the next one. But Cove stopped in place, and pairing with a half turn of his body, you could recognize the laser-focused stare on his face. He had noticed something appetizing. It was simple to pinpoint. What? On one of the nearby tables were your carefully chosen appetizers from the reception. For the reception. Without needing to be prompted, you went over with Cove to peruse the spread. Cove plucked one of the hot morsels and shoved it into his mouth. He made sure to grab a second one of those to take as well, and he left the cold ones alone. You tried a warm appetizer, you tried a cold appetizer, you tried both, or you passed on the appetizer. Bitch, I'm taking both. You two of you munched on the little delights, enjoying the much-needed pit stop. The food was delicious. Cove swallowed the full-size bite, and you took a break from filling up his cheeks to smirk instead. Our appetizers are way better than the ones at the Cypress fancy parties. You're right, Cypress can suck it. Oh my god. Both are good. Oh no, you're gonna disappoint your mother-in-law saying that. You chuckled, nodding your head. You merely shrugged. Suck it. Cove snickered, but left the topic there. The last appetizer Cove picked out disappeared behind his lips, and then he instinctively shifted his fingers to pat his leg before stopping himself. Being on his best behavior, Cove instead borrowed a napkin off of a table to clean his hands. You polished off your snack shortly after, and for once followed Cove's example in tidying yourself up. Oh my god, we both still rub whatever on our pants. Your arms were linked as they had been before. And then you entered the interlude to get right back into the thick of the party. One of the more boisterous tables had Derek, Terry, and Miranda huddled together. They were celebrating wholeheartedly. Hi, everyone. The pleasant greeting was paired with a little wave, and your friends turned in unison after realizing you were there. The trio of buddies lifted their cups full of beer and cheer for you and Cove. Caro, there's your beer. It's interesting that they're telling us what everyone has.
What's up?
Oh, look at them. Just note, you can pick any color, and I've just picked blue because, yeah. Sup, and congratulations.
Thanks.
Hi, thanks for letting us come. Hey, congrats, you two. Hello, you grinned. I'm giving people hugs. You went around the side of the table giving hugs. You held out your hand for high fives. You held out your hand for fist bumps. Now everyone's getting hugs. Each person is waiting patiently to stretch out their arms as you came around to their side one by one, receiving your 3 warm hugs and returned to Cove's side. In a tiny voice, Miranda began to fawn over you and Cove. I wanted to say, I thought your vows were beautiful. Yeah. I was so emotional. And still not as much as those two were, though. It touched the whole crowd, I'm sure. I gotta say, what a nice event this is. It's so high class. Cove is shyly bask in affection of his closest friend, sucking it up like a delicate sapling in the sunshine. Thanks, and thanks for coming.
Come on.
Dude, I wouldn't have missed it. We had to be Coves and Sophia are having their wedding. It was monumentous. Yep. We're really enjoying the reception. Don't worry about us if you have to go do important bride and groom things. I appreciate that. It's weird to say, but we do have important bride and groom thing stuff to do today. We're greeting all the guests right now. Uh-huh. We'll see you later, though.
Bye.
Okay, bye.
See you later.
Enjoy yourselves. You're my best friends. I love you three. I could just say I love you to everyone. Thank you for everything. Glad we met. You better invite me in Cove to your wedding if you have any. You tease. Or you waved goodbye. I'm glad we met. Miranda and Derek awed as Terry wiped a dramatic imaginary tear from his eye. Thanks, Sophia. Cove skipped ahead, buoyed by the brief and fun interaction. You were right along with them. The next table along your paths was filled with friends you and Cove had made in your adult years, as well as much older acquaintances. A person you've known since your earliest childhood days and the ups and downs of the long relationship entailed. Guys, Shiloh showed up. What? This is the version I got. So, if you didn't know, so pretty much Shiloh, I think what they said was Shiloh is like randomly generated. Like he has multiple different forms. And nothing like it doesn't I think it's just randomly like it doesn't matter which options you choose and whatever. He's whatever shows up as. Shiloh feels or shy as he's usually called by people. Dressed in minimal formal attire with a brand new hat attached to his now blonde hair. He had settled himself right. Okay. His arms were folded comfortably in front of him and his back slumped down against the chair. He wasn't participating in conversation, but the side-eye expression on his face gave you the impression he was listening in to what people were discussing. It is literally me at any social event. I'll just sit there. I'll listen in, but I'm like, I'm awkward. He shifted his gaze from the other guests at the arrival of you two. Smiling restrainedly, there was a distance that you hadn't felt since he was a child, picking Lizzie's attention over yours. Congratulations! I forgot what Shiloh's voice was like. You finally got married. Thank you. Yes, thank you. It's amazing to see you again. I didn't think you showed up. Why did you accept the invitation? Why would I send it if I'm going to say that? I look forward to seeing how this goes. You simply waved. That'll be nice. He smiled in an uncharacteristic, wry way. Though, at this point, you didn't know him very well enough to judge what a charismatic of him now. Don't expect much. Shiloh has changed, guys. Shiloh has changed. I wasn't expecting this. I feel like he's an ass. You held out your hand for a high five. You reached over for a hug. Oh my gosh. In his seat, you gave him a shoulder. You gave his shoulder a little push. You offer a hand to shake. You held out your hand for a fist bump. You nodded. I said I was hugging everyone. We're hugging everyone. Leisurely, he embraced you back, draping one arm around your neck. It was nice for you to come, but I'm sure you're busy? Yeah. But this is a one-in-a-lifetime event. It's so nice of you to let me come to it. Shiloh's right, even if it might be sarcasm where we generously gave him the chance. You better be nice to Liz. You should see each other more often. You're still my friend, you know. You should have visited sooner, you shrugged. Bitch. He didn't respond. Shiloh just rolled his eyes non-commentally. Awkwardly, Cove attempted to carry on the conversation further, but the list of topics he knew to discuss with Shiloh was very severely limited. Yeah, so, have you said hi to Liz yet? No, she came over here to me if she wanted to talk. I'm not going to her today. There was a visible twinge down Cove's body. Shiloh kicked his social discomfort into overdrive. Oh, Cove did or Shiloh? What? No, okay, I did read that right. Shiloh. Okay. Oh god. Damn it. You're not live tweeting our wedding, are you? Shiloh let the lids of his eyes drop lower and looked over your husband in amused disbelief. Weddings aren't my bag, and I'm not I'm not shameless enough to act like a center of attention just at a guess at someone else's reception. Cool. Cool? It was as much as Cove could carry on his own. He sent over a look your way, hoping for assistance. You dyed your hair? Why would you wear that hat to our wedding? I'm not picking anyone's outfit. I'm relieved to see you still got a hat. How's the vlogging thing going? Or you left the conversation there. Lucky you, I still wear them. He chuckled satisfactorily. Shiloh wouldn't be Shiloh without a hat, even if some people knew him as shy. You dyed your hair. How's the vlogging thing going? You left the conversation there. You dyed your hair. Wow. I hadn't had anyone mention that before. He spoke automatically. It had been his default reaction to anyone who called out how you changed. Yep, there it is. Shiloh. Well, it looks good. We're getting him. We're slowly. He might be an asshole, but we're slowly getting him. I got Shiloh to fold his arms again as he turned his face away bashfully. I've heard that one before too. How's the vlogging thing going? Better than I bet you guessed. Look at my stats if you're wondering. Alright, bye Shiloh. Yuri asked everything you could think of. He didn't even expand much beyond them. Shiloh's gaze casually shifted between you and Cove. He could read the situation. Your chat was coming to an end. He had finished off the reunion bittersweet. Well, that's done, huh? We're adults. You don't have to hang out with me all day anymore. Congrats on your big day and go have fun with your nice friends. You deserve it. You closed off as Shiloh had become to you. That felt like a new start rather than an end. Okay. You were content and ready to close the book on that relationship. You couldn't guess what the future would be when it came to him. That was fine. You felt like you should have gave up on the relationship sooner. Liz would have her hands full with the guy, you thought, but you would be there for her. You hoped that he would agree. Thank you. Cove was about as lost on what to think of the man he had known since he was 8 years old. Thanks. Take care of yourself. You and Cove took a moment to say hello to the rest of the guests at the table. Shiloh didn't interrupt or engage any further before you moved on to another section. You took a minute to scan across the rest of the tables. The guests seated at them. You were able to recognize everyone who gathered there that day, but you did note an absence. A gentle poke pushed against your shoulder. Smiling, Cove took his pointing finger and used it to point out in the distance. Please tell me it's Jeremy. Please tell me it's Jeremy. I think it is. Hovering around the fringe of the venue space was a pale, miserable face dressed all in gray. To anyone else, it may have been a sight that turned cold and a hovering. harbinger of misfortune. But for Cove, a little rain cloud brought warmth to his heart. He came. You didn't have to look for long until Jeremy happened to glance your way. Eye contact was made across the floor. I am like smiling so much right now. Jeremy fizzily sighed and making enough of a show for it for you to tell even from afar. He then briskly walked forward. Oh! I love it. He only stopped when he was solidly placed his feet right in front of you and Cove. Happy wedding. You insane people. Why did you invite me to this? Why did you come? Yuri answered the question. We're insane. We had to see what would happen. Wow, it's good to see you. This is a happy wedding. Because I wanted you here. Thank you for coming. And you stared wordlessly at him. Because I wanted you here. He snorted through his nose, adding an uncomfortable huff for good measure. Then you smiled. Please, where's the hug? There's a hug option. Yes! Yes! You smiled at him, you smirked at him, you winked at him. You held your hand out for a shake, you pulled him into a hug, or you gave his little arm a punch. Ah! No! I'm hugging him! Carl's just drinking off in the corner. Oh gosh. It took a second for reality to strike him, but you knew as soon as it did, because he let out a little whisper of a screech. It was akin to a hiss. Let me go. Jerry, completely wilted, succumbed, scrubbed himself, trying to remove the warmth of your arm from his skin. I'm sorry, are you okay? Jeremy couldn't handle all the affection and wasn't able to meet your eyes when he groaned his answer. Whatever. Cove watched the interaction joyfully. There would always be a spot in Cove's life for the difficult man in front of him. Thank you so much for coming. It wouldn't have been the same without you. True, it would have been better. Well, it's nice of you to want to come to share the suffering. Misery loves company. I fucking love that these guys are like kind of friends now. I kind of wish there was a little bit more that happened in Exo Droplets. Anyone here who doesn't know what that is, it's another dating game, but you can date Jeremy, but you also can date Shiloh as well. And that's where you meet, we met Nate earlier on the series, and you can date him, so you can also see what he looks like, but then you also can date Jeremy's best friend Pran, who gets mentioned. And I think there's like 2 others that don't get mentioned that you can date. But Jeremy was my favorite in the game. He was sarcastic, but it was far more playful than dismissive. You should come visit more often. Is Pran doing well? How's classes? Or you left it there? You should come visit more often. He smirked teasingly. I hope that won't end up happening. I've never been lucky. Is Pran doing well? It was a rare subject that could draw out Jeremy's very limited soft side. He smiled without sarcasm. He actually is. It's better every day since we graduated. He's a nicer guy than me again. That's great. Are you ever gonna let us see a picture or something? Or maybe even put him on a call with you? Nope. He thinks it's funny that you have only ever heard of him secondhand. Aww. But he did say congratulations for getting married to for the strangest people in a completely different town who won't leave me alone. Thanks, Fran. Yeah, tell him thanks for us. The delicate sweetness he had shown dried up. He was finished being caring. Whatever. How's classes going? They're a pain. But it's definitely better than high school. Aw, no, I don't want to leave it here. Can I just leave it here? On his little grumpy face. Ah. Alright. He crossed his arms as his eyes drifted over the scenery. Searching for something, in a low mumble, he changed the subject. I guess is one of the better functions I have attended. As opposed to Jeremy's murmur, Cove shouted, "You're saying something nice about her wedding?" That had left Cove flabbergasted, but Jeremy kept his lukewarm stance. It's not earth-shattering. Yes, it is. It's incredible. Are pigs flying? I appreciate that, Jeremy. Great, we're doing a good job. Oh, what a sweetheart. Guys. What? You didn't know what to say, guys. The sweetheart. I knew I would get another fucking flush out of him. My feelings have lasted from over the past games. Jeremy sunk into himself again. This time he brought his flushed cheeks with him. But suddenly the derived voice broke through the tiny party of you three were going. Aww, Shiloh. I was enjoying our talk. Hey, you got a little taller, huh? Jeremy didn't react, entirely comfortable writing off whoever that was as someone speaking to you or Cove. Shiloh proved that his assumption dead wrong by joining the bunch, taking the spot right by Jeremy's side, seeking his freckled face immediately got Jeremy his hackles up. His sharp eye scrutinized the person Shiloh had grown to be for only a cursory minute before shifting his gaze to the two of you entirely unimpressed. You had to invite both of us? I'll fight you next time, only you. Cove didn't have an explanation, he only strung out awkwardness. So you recognize me. I had a feeling I figured you wouldn't be that obvious. Bleaching your hair isn't a disguise, Shiloh, and neither is changing the type of hat you wear into something stupider when you were the guy who was known for wearing hats. His bone-dry tone of voice dissolved into an acidic sarcasm. If you had to take in the absurd thing off, maybe you would have fooled me. Shiloh shot back an equal Crustly? Always a super smart one, aren't you, Jeremy? Yep. That's why we never got along in high school. Your sensitive husband rapidly looked back and forth between the two in distress over Jeremy's potential distress. But you weren't the only one who caught the anxiety coming off the cove as Charlotte began to speak directly to him. This is a normal group activity. That's how we talk to each other. That's right. Used to hide it under a fake, sickeningly sweet facade. I can still pull that off if you miss it. Miss that. Jeremy brought out as much as a physical disinterest as someone can intentionally bring before tipping over into discomfort. Don't. Good. Because I wasn't going to. If you want that, you're gonna have to break into your imagination of it. Break into your own imitation of it. To much of his great displeasure, Jeremy momentarily cracked a smile. He used his genuine annoyance to flip his growler on so fast and furious you wouldn't have missed the change if you blinked. Shiloh quickly looked over Jeremy. His eyes were fixed as if he was seeing him for the first time. There was a pause, and Cove held his breath. Shiloh then flippantly threw his hands up to his shoulder line. All right, I don't like to do this, and I'm not going to find someone else in my life who can comprehend what I'm going through with my mom and Lynn except you. His mom and Lynn got together? You are shitting me! Excuse me? Is that serious? Are you serious? Lynn's the teacher in the other dating sim. And I remember some people being bummed out that you couldn't date him. Comprehend what I'm going through with my mom and Lynn except you. Wait, Lynn. Nurse Lynn, our group advisor, and your mom. As much as Jeremy was put off by the conversation, it was enough to stir up some intrigue. Let's talk, chair. I'll get you a drink. Shiloh, you are one notch above Everett in terms of tolerability to listen to. Everett's the other one. I think he was like the second one I liked. Or I could more tolerate. They're all assholes, but though lower in terms of generally being a good person, don't let that ruin that by acting like a fuckboy too. You're already giving him a run for his money with that dye job. Shiloh almost knocked off his own hat of how dramatic he was startled back by the suggestion. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to upset you. Shiloh's cheeks burned with their classic shade of red as he lowered his head coyly. I hope we can still hang out together. There was a scoff and a roll of his eyes from Jeremy, sheer disgust at Shiloh's change of tone. Every note of it was sour in his ears. Gross. Can you find me a third personality song? Then that made Shiloh chuckle. The light bent from the tone was undecipherable. It could have been coming from the affection for Jeremy's picky attitude, or amusement from getting under his skin, or something else. You could find out. Jeremy's brow twitched and his frown pressed deeper into his cheeks, confused and frustrated over what was unfolding. But he still did it. Jeremy had gave a slight nod to count as a goodbye and stalked off towards the drink counter. Who's that on the left? Jeremy. Do you remember who Jeremy is? He's like the bowl cut kid or whatever, who is like really annoying, and then we called him. Why does he have green hair? Because it's his natural color? Oh. People can have weird hair colors. In this universe. His old group mate followed behind step for step. Shiloh waved nonchalantly without turning back to face you. I thought he was a copy of your husband. He was my husband in a different game. Having spent the entire exchange as an observer, Cove recalled that he could speak and sputter out his own goodbye. Bye. Thanks for coming. Bye. Have a good night. Thanks for coming. Enjoy the party when you can. You better brought a gift. Thanks for coming. Cove's days from the encounter continued to linger, and he watched them go with a bemused expression. He literally shook it off by shifting the upper half of his body side to side, and then lightly spoke lightheartedly. That could have gone worse. Way worse. I'm glad we invited them, and I'm glad they came. The reception isn't over yet. They could still ruin it, you tease. At least our obligation to greet them is done. It's never not weird with those two. It's never not be weird. Those two know each other so well, or united. Cove lifted his shoulders unsurely, but the smile of his face was content. It was what it was. Oh, I didn't. Okay, I did read that. Table to table, you continue to greet each attendant of your wedding. From families who flew in from Hawaii to be there are those who lived right by your place. You appreciate everyone who took their time to come and celebrate your day. There was so much love going around. Every conversation was as enjoyable as the last. The one person you hadn't seen during your rounds made himself known when Baxter's voice echoed out through the space, amplifying by a microphone. Good evening. Thank you all for attending the wedding of Sophia and Cove Layton.
Exciting.
Baxter, what did we talk about you being in my ear? Now, begin the bouquet toss. A smatter of applause and light murmurs, followed by the announcement. Baxter let that settle before continuing. Cove, Sophia, please come to the open area at the center, and anyone who wants to play can. You and your husband eagerly oblige, start the traditions, you going over, stand alone at the center of the floor, but it wasn't for long. Lee hopped out of her seat right away, taking Liz by the arm, bringing her along for the ride. Your sister wasn't as impossibly excited as your cousin, but she was intrigued. Miranda rose to her feet. Her boyfriend pumped her up to win the whole walk over. I just literally literally just spilled water on myself. She giggled bashfully and she waved at Terry while waiting in the forming crowd. Derek decided to get on things. Hell yes, Derek! Grinning amusedly along with the rest of the players. Shiloh pointedly took a seat at his table with a fresh attained drink, and then he looked the other way, fully ignoring the game. Darn it. Jeremy was standing but watching from a distance, not close enough to consider a part of the crowd. Kara looked on at the group, taking a second to consider it, but ultimately she became another member of the game. Oh my gosh. She strolled over to the collection of younger folks, calling out for Cliff to join her. Come on, don't be such a snore. He shook his head and sank lower into his chair. Lee, Miranda, Kyra, and Liz all began to wave, jump, and encourage Cliff. Terry spoke up from the table over. You can do it, man.
Right.
All right. He used the edge of the table to push out his chair and stood up. The ladies were cheering as Cliff strolled over towards the crowd. Your moms were giggling and leaned closer together and whispered among one another. They were eager to be the audience member to the spectacle. No one else motioned to join, so Baxter kept things moving. Thank you for grouping up in such a timely manner. We've gotten a wonderful crowd for this. Now, keep your eyes on Sophia. She'll be tossing the bouquet in only a moment. Sophia, all you need to do is look the other way and throw the bouquet to the waiting audience. Cove, can you stand by? As instructed, you turned your back to the crowd, and Cove took his place in front of you. His shoulders were... All I could imagine is me messing up and smacking Cove in the face with the bouquet. It's like, alright, here we go, smack. Cove took his place in front of you. His shoulders were drawn in a sympathetically tenseness for your task. They're definitely ready for you, Sophia. Thanks. The room became silent as you wound up for the toss. You paused and then gave it a solid, steady throw. You set your bouquet... Hold a minute. Before I read any more of the options, because I haven't, seen them, can I toss it all the way to Jeremy? What if I just turn around and just chuck it all the way to him? You gave it a solid throw. You set off your bouquet delicately. You did a trick shot to keep the players on their toes. You attempted a good throw, but awkwardly flailed over your shoulder. You tossed it high as you could. You hurtled it back as fast as you could. Guys, will we do a fucking trick shot? Woo! Okay, a flurry of heels clattered, jewelry clanged, lighthearted yells bursted into his face. The bouquet would land in a second, and the crowd was veering for that prize. I wonder if, different ones would end up being different people. I don't know. The clamor rapidly reached a peak of volume as nearly everyone in the crowd was either gasping or cheering, and the game had ended. You took a glance over your shoulder to see what the results were. And... your father-in-law was off to the edge of the group with a baffled look on his face, a bouquet in between his arms. Carl! Get your He getting married next. The position was uneven, almost slipping through. He hadn't caught it with position, but he still had it. Can someone else take this? If they want it, I don't need it. No way, Clifford. That is your win. He looked downward shyly and then felt nervous again. Seeing the flowers in his hand, ultimately settled on looking off to the side. Mine, I will have you. Alright. Your planner took the mic again and to make the results official.
Bravo.
Bastard, get out my ear. Stunning work. Our winner is Clifford. Nice catch. Glad somebody got it. Congrats on your future wedding. Damn. That wasn't who I was aiming for. Imagine if someone's like, who were you aiming for? Jerry. Yes, I was shooting for you. Or you applied to exit. Congrats on your future wedding. There was laughter all around. Your guests were good sports. As Baxter was able to manage the flow of the day on your behalf, he took the mic and addressed the assembling audience. His clear voice resonated through every speaker. Please, could everyone return to the seating area for our next event? The couple had arranged a special dance between themselves and the parents of the bride and groom. Your eyes met Ko's aquamarine ones as you instinctively glanced towards each other. Your expression brightened before you stepped apart, ready for the event. Your moms radiated joy as they approached. They each took one of your arms and intertwined them with their own. The three of you made your way over to the open spot in the dance space at the front of the reception area. Close up like this, you could see not only the pride evident on their faces, but the telltale shine of a teary eye. As music began, Mom broke away, allowing you and Ma to dance together first. While you flowed and swayed along with the tune, Ma took the opportunity to speak with you. Her voice was soft and low, preventing her words from carrying outside of your little bubble. Aww. It means so much to me to see you like this. All we ever wanted for you and your sister is to have a good life. Aww. I hope you'll always be happy as you have been today. Touched, you felt a prick of emotion in your eyes. Ah. And Ma spun you around, handing you over to Mom. She picked up the rhythm instantly, and you got into the swing of things just as you had been with Ma.
You're fantastic.
You're doing great, Sophia. She squeezed your shoulder where she was holding you as you bopped to the music. She always had been very physical in her affection, though not always conversationally so. You were somewhat relieved that she'd not chosen to pinch your nose in front of the people on your wedding day. She gripped your shoulders again. You really are. Aww. You smiled back at her, lost for words. You loved both of your moms so fiercely. You were overwhelming grateful that they could be here for you on this day. During a turn in your dance, you caught the sight of Cove happily twirling around with his own parents in hand on the other side of the floor. Even glimpsing from a distance, you could make out a huge smile on Cliff and Kyra's faces. It made you giggle as you drew back and towards your mom's. Aww, so cute. Mom made to break away and let Ma have a turn dancing with you, but Mom snatched your hand and yours and drew you into a dance together as a group. Laughter ever strong, you danced with the both of them until Mom released Mom's hand. You let Ma go with a wave and danced with Ma once more. Before long, you swapped back to dancing with Mom. You took turns dancing with them both individually and as well as a group, changing it up often so no one would be left out in the cold for long. But eventually the song came to an end, bringing your dance to a close, and your mom enveloped you in a hug, sandwiching you from front and back.
Wonderful.
It was such a wonderful time. You really know how to put on a party. Oh, I love this. It's so cute. You held them back just as tightly, glancing from one to the other. Thanks. I learned it from watching you two. Cove and his parents rejoined you, their spirits as high as their little groups.
You're good.
Baxter, here we go again. That was wonderful. Bravo. Baxter's voice rang out through the speakers once more. We are now opening up the dance floor. You all are welcomely to invite to come join the family for the dancing. With that announcement, the nostalgic I just bit my tongue. The nostalgic songs had gotten turned up, enticing people to come forward and join themselves. The dance floor bustled with more and more attendees, and over in the seating area, family and friends were catching up over animated conversations. Satisfied that people were having a good time, you decide to dance with everyone, dance once more with Cove, go sit down away from the thick of it, or stand by watching the dance. There's no dancing with goddamn Jeremy. You can dance with Cove again. Or if I click dance with everyone, do I get to dance with my friends again? Or go dance with them? We'll see. You happily shimmied into the crowd, ready to make the most of the occasion. Or is that just dancing normal? It wasn't often that you got to gather up the people who are most important to you like this. And even rarer for it to come with good music and a good opportunity to dance. Rotating partners for each dance meant you could spend time with various guests one-on-one. You danced with Derek, with Liz gliding around the floor along with the music. And you continued to spread the time with the whole bunch for song after song. But of course, you made sure to save some dances for your new husband too. The merrymaking continued right up until it was time for dinner to be served. All the actions must have helped them to work up an appetite, as the guests were complying readily. They quickly filled back into their tables, ready for a delicious meal as soon as it was announced. You settled right into your seat at the head of the table. Cove sat up in his own chair, excited, reaching over for the napkin-wrapped silverware in preparation. He was ready for dinner. The waitress, clad in black from top to bottom, came to stand across from you. She had a frosty pitcher of water in her hands. While settling that down in the spot on the tabletop between you and Cove. She spoke in a familiar tone. Can I get you anything to drink? Could I have orange juice, please? Guys, I enjoy some sparkling water. Can I have coffee? Can I have tea? Can I have milk? Milk. Monk. Juice for me too. A glass of wine, please. Could I get a beer? It would be nice to have one of our mixed cocktail options. Just water for me. I kind of want tea. Like right now, but it's also 1 o'clock in the morning and I just saw that. Let's do a cocktail. I got it. I'll get that for you too. For you. You thanked her as she spun. Sorry. It's raining here. I stopped to hear it. You both thank her as she spun on her heels, making a beeline to the drink counter. At the same time, more servers began to pour into the space, coming from opposite directions. Good thing we don't have to worry about COVID. They were spreading out between tables, collecting orders from the rest of the guests. One of the darkly dressed figures stood out from the rest of you, and with a perfect poise and not a hair out of place, Baxter stood on the sidelines to supervise the process. He was well into his work. The servers ebbed and flowed between the tables as drinks were provided to each individual who requested one. That wasn't where it stopped. Soup, salad were carted out before the main course. Cove took in a satisfied inhale of the steam coming off the soup. You catched a whiff of the scent yourself. It was savory and rich. You scooped up a spoonful and dug right in. The rest of the guests followed, taking first taste of whatever you offered them. Spirited discussions were had between bites. There were plenty of compliments. Your mom, Miranda, and Liz sounded especially pleased how it came out. They were chatting to the others about the subtle flavors. Many of your attendees made use of the extra spices that had been available. Cliff, Kyra, Mom, Terry, Derek, and your own lovely husband added their own level of added heat. For your meal, you kept it as is. You added a little spice. You added a moderate amount of spice. You had a lot of spice. You drowned it in spice. Me, I usually don't change anything that is given to me. It's delicious exactly the way you wanted it. Mom, jovial tone carried itself above the rest of the voices. So, how much are we getting here? I am not, Mom. No. There were appetizers before, and now there's more. The meal hadn't even showed up, and I lost keeping track already. Oh, I asked. It's a 6-course meal. I'm not counting desserts. That many. Mom was hit with a wide-eyed shock, and Kyra only smirked. My guess is it was the maximum amount, and that's why they went with 6. The two moms begin to laugh together. That sounds about right. With the bowls were polished clean, the servers began to reappear, clearing the dishes away to make room for more. And it's the main course! Oh my gosh! The main course was ready, and the guests were ready for it. You and Cove had the dish placed in front of you first. Cove shifted back and forth, even letting out an excited squeak. The rest of the plates were brought out, and you could pick the oohs and ahs about how amazing it looked and the generous portion size. You even heard mentions of the swirls on the dishes by some discerning guests. very few words were spoken as the dinner truly began. Everyone began to fully immerse into their food. It was quite a hit. Guests were given time to enjoy their meals while they were fresh before the reception events continued as you planned. Baxter strolled up to the side counter set on the opposite end of the head table, and you had perfect view of it. Casually, he took up the microphone that he used through the rest of the event to make another announcement. Good evening. From the staff and I would like to thank you all for being such lovely guests to serve, and we hope you enjoy your dinner.
Now,
Damn it, Baxter. Jeez. This mic will be left open for a time to allow anyone who wishes to make a speech about the couple. You are all welcome to come share memories and words of congratulations and or your appreciation for Sophia and Cove Layton. If you feel comfortable doing so. He didn't hog the mic any longer than necessary, placing it back down in the center of the stand as his brief message had been made clear. Baxter directly made a soft smile down to you and Cove as he left the space open for the others to speak. A nervous rhythm began to play out next to you as Cove's fingers were drumming against the edge of the table. You watched a furrowed brow grow in between his brows. Oh my gosh. He was preparing himself for whatever was about to be said. There was most likely going to be some friendly teasing, and almost certain he was going to get emotional again. Once the mic was available, the first person to stand was your mom. Ma. She hopped right up and made her claim to the front table. Softly, she spoke across the...
A true gentleman leaves no puzzle unsolved.
Hi! Jew Gamer? Thank you so much for the follow, and welcome to the Shadow Realm. I hope you enjoy your stay. How are you this evening? It's evening for me. Softly, she spoke across the space directly to you and Cove, her words being carried through the air to where you sat.
Anton, what sort of madness is this?
Jew Gamer, thank you so much for subscribing with Prime. You are now a little will-o-wisp. I hope you enjoy the emotes. The 3 that I have that I need to make more. But yeah. Thank you so much. Draw more. I know I have to draw more. Do you need more? Do I need more? I need to draw all of them. Oh my gosh, you guys like opened every slot. So now I'm like, I have to go figure out what the fuck I'm doing. I also kind of need ideas what emotes I want. Also, animated emotes when I figure out what I want. I don't know. I have ideas. You can text them to me. I don't mind. Rage. Congratulations once more for my wonderful children. This wedding feels like a dream, as much as my own did when I was around your age. We need a wisp rage. Oh my gosh. Her head tilted to the side towards the other guests and began a formal speech.
Well,
Our Sophia had been a joy to our family's lives. Everyone else who met her, since the day that we brought her, we were brought together. A comfy whisper. But now she's grown with Cove, has been special. The first day that they met, Sophia told me and Paramel that she was going to marry him. It was so precious, but truthfully, I didn't believe it. She fluttered one of her hands bashfully. I'm so sorry, honey. You've proven me wrong, and I'm grateful for it. I knew what I wanted as a kid. I would looked at the boy, and he's like, it's mine. The way Sophia treasured the little stuff dolphin keychain Cove bought for her, even as using it as her cell phone charm as soon as she got one. Seeing how sweetly they shared their treats together when they could. Cove's nervousness over attending a formal party, but doing it anyway because it was with Sophia. There was this one long weekend where Cove came day after day to take Sophia on charming trips for no special reason at all. Dave. I probably will. I guess I'll do that all kind of around the same time. I might try to figure out what's wrong with the head pad thing. And then in return, Sophia came to me and Pam and needed help to cook a proper treat for him. Her eyelids rested closed as she let out a sentimental sigh. When Sophia walked through the door at only 18 to announce that she proposed to her beloved Cove on the Poppy Hill, I thought Pam would faint and maybe Liz too. But she knew what she was doing, and I believed in her then. And I could keep going. There's so many memories. Sophia can clear the tears from his eyes better than anyone else when she wasn't the one who's caused them. When I cause them, he just keeps crying. You're just drinking. Happy tears, of course. It was beautiful, but it still is. Her tender gaze shifted over to the two of you once more, signaling to end her talk had arrived.
I love you.
Aww. I can only hope you'd be able to continue growing together for many more years to come. I love you both very much. Aww, I love you, Ma. Your husband's eyes were already beginning to misting. After knowing her for all this time, Cove developed a deep affection for Ma. Hearing that she cherished those important memories the same way you did, and he did, had an impact. She slipped the mic back into its proper place, brushing her bangs as she walked back to her seat with light steps. Your mom brushed down her chest as she stood up on her feet, beginning to walk. This was her chance to take the stage, and she was going for it. When she put one hand on the mic, the tips of her finger tapped the top of it, doing a sound check. A puff of air echoed, and your ma was satisfied with it. She lifted her head high, facing the crowd and smiling merrily.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for coming today. And for all the gifts you brought. I don't know how we're going to pack it all up to get it to their place, but we'll make it work. Where there's a will, there's a way. She had lowered the mic a bit, already snickering under her breath. Well, Sophia and Cove, our family went through a ride with you two being brought together. Talk about a force of nature. You were attached to the hip as soon as you met, and have been ever since. You even ran away together the very first summer you met. You were only 8. Cliff almost had a heart attack when we all took... Or Cliff almost had a heart attack when we all took that RV out and Cove had disappeared from his sleeping bag in the morning, and it turns out he snuck into the loft with Sophia. Grinning ear to ear, lost in those memories, she shook her head. But at the end of it all, I think you both were good influences on each other. Or at least in my mind, or at least you made one another very happy, and that was good enough in my mind. My cheeks hurt from smiling. You really took that promise when you were 13 to treat Sophia well to heart, huh, Cove? Thanks. Cove smacked a hand to his cheek automatically. It didn't do anything to hide the color burning into his face. And, you know, we really did need a son in there to round things out. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Mom snorted in laughter at her own line. She waved that away with her free hand, wanting to be more serious. When she could muster an even tone she had been aiming for, your mom finished her speech.
Love you.
Kiddos. And it's true that you're hardworking adults now, but don't ever forget that your mom and I are here if you need something. Aww. Your family will always be there. Guys, I actually think I'm gonna start crying. She had been able to coax out some chuckles from Cove throughout. He almost amused over her penchant for a joke than actual jokes themselves. But the laughter had been shaky with emotion. He really come to love your mom. With a quiet, pleasant grin, Mom left the mic behind and returned to her spot right by her wife. Smooth as silk, Liz rose from her seat and glided across the floor to the speaker stand. But Liz took her time before saying anything, evening out her bangs, clearing her throat, fiddling with the angle of the mic. When she did take hold of it, she didn't have a care in the world. That couldn't be said for everyone else. Cope was tensing in the apprehension of whatever she was going to say, and he knew what she was planning. Lucky for him, she did eventually begin her speech and ended his suspense. I'm sure many of you know, I am Sophia's older sister, so one of the very few people who have been around her long enough, or who have been around her longer than her husband. She smirked already, 2 sentences in. We're pretty close, is the thing. She flicked a hand without the mic to add non-communal half shrug. Caro's getting wasted in the corner. But honestly, Sophia, if I had realized you'd be marrying the new kid back when I was 10, I might have had to disown you. Good job, Ma, for not spilling the beans on it was a Cara. Boo! Hi, Grim. How are you? We finally made it to the wedding. We're currently going through all the speeches right now, and Caro's getting wasted in the corner, drinking away her sorrows. It's okay. Just took a nap and woke up? Cool. Oh, to let you know, around Caro's a normal time, which is 7 Central Time, AM, around the time that she normally streams in the Discord, we're doing the 18 plus stream there. My daughter, I'm going. When is that? 7 a.m. in Caro's Discord. If it's during the morning, I hope. Aww. Today. Yeah, today. Even though it's nearly 2. Good job, Ma. Not spilling the beans on Sophia's little plan to the rest of us until now. Oh my gosh. We'll see. Or it might be an hour later. We'll see. I have roommates with kids and paper-thin walls. I don't know watch anything like that. Just wear headphones. Oh, hello, Mr. Woodson. Welcome back. Hello, baby boy. I know. How was your nap? Yeah. Okay, right. Oh, wait, I read that. A scrawny, grumpy boy who didn't even know how to play pretend, right? Certainly not. Even if I did joke about it happening. Hey! Cubcast into that she would say such things, but things being said continued on regardless of his objections. And yet, here we are at your wedding to that very crybaby.
Unreal.
Unbelievable. What are you doing? Huh, baby? What are we doing? Expiration at Lizzie's angle for her congratulations speech. Cove slunked lower into his seat, took his drink in both hands and slipping on the juice until like a furious elementary school kid. She shook her head. Her head slowly shook at the end of the eyebrow bent, and a less crooked smile came to her face. The tone wasn't silly anymore. But with all that out of the way, what I actually wanted to say now is you made the right choice. He's the one for you. Day after day, week after week, year after year, Cove was there. Even more than I was a lot of the time. Don't get your hopes up about this, meaning I'm done teasing you about it. But for today, I wanted to thank you, Cove. Those big, watery eyes of yours never lost sight of Sophia since she caught them.
Thank you.
Aww. It brings peace to my heart to know that there is another person out there who cares for her as deeply as she deserves to be. Oh, you didn't have another comment then. Lizzie's grin widened as she knew exactly the reaction she was getting. Congratulations to my good old baby sister and her baby boyfriend. I love you. Aww. With that, she tilted the mic towards the two of you as the host. She was toasting a glass. At the last moment, Liz made Ko smile, and his eyes widened as damp as she had described. Lizzie daintily left the microphone where it belonged and returned to her chair fully satisfied. There were clinkings of silverware and dishes as Lee sprung out from her table, and she skipped away, not paying any mind to that. She was too impatient for a chance to talk. Somehow, it reminded you of all the times you chatted over the phone. It was fun and exciting of sharing what was going, and even if you weren't right next to each other. She took the mic right into her hand, and projected plenty of stage presence and standing in front of the audience. My cousin Sophia and I are the same age, and we got to grow up together. Because of that, I got the joy of watching the story of her and her next door neighbor, Cove. They were swooning over each other basically forever. That's the whole tale, but I was invested in it. So let's just say I wasn't caught off guard when I heard Sophia had proposed to him. She giggled as much joy as when she found out about the big news. This could have ended better. I'm your biggest fan. But as happy as I am about your adventures in love and marriage, the best part for me has been my own relationship between the two of you. Leandra? Her name is Leandra? Had we been ever told this? Because I for sure thought it was just Lee this entire time. Took a moment to slow down and express her thoughts with complete honesty. Sophia, you're among my closest family and my very best friends. And Cove, you're not just my cousin's husband, you're my friend too. And my family just the same. Congrats on your stunning future together. I love the both of you. Aww. Cove had to bite his lip to keep it from wobbling. The earnest was truly touched him. Her high energy attitude quickly returned, though, Lee dropping the mic down and blew a couple of kisses your way before she swished back to her seat. Derek came out from the seating area to give his own talk. He had a relaxed stance when he grabbed the mic and waved over the head table.
Congrats.
Hey, congrats again to you, Sophia and Cove. You found your other half, and anyone can see that. You're good for each other, and you're good to each other. Whether you got married or not, no one would have questioned that commitment. Though, it would have been hell of an event, too. The first lines of the speech were for you and Cove, but Derek turned outward to address the rest of the crowd. One time, when we were barely teenagers, we went to the mall and there were these wind chimes that Cove was eyeballing, but wouldn't stop to get one. And then Sophia got him one.
Oh, man.
And Cove still has it. And that's impressive. Your jaw dropped. You never realized Derek had noticed any of that. You snuck a glance at Cove, and he was sending you the same, oh god, excellent, the same side-eye look of shock. The two of you sat there having to accept that you weren't as subtle with your affections as you assumed, and Derek had been polite about it. Oh. And can't forget how Sophia let people know about them getting together. I surely don't forget it, at least. He lifted a brow and grinning. Cove mouthed something towards Derek as his face began to flush. I was just having lunch at Sophia's house, and she blurted out about how she and Cove had... Oh! I forgot he was there! How she and Cove had kissed when they were upstairs. Cove squished his face into the water that he spilled on the table. Derek was bursted with laughter, completely doubling over and needed to grip the edge of the counter to stay up. The scene was well over a decade ago, was still vivid in his mind. I felt bad then, but dude, it was so funny. History was very nearly repeating itself as Cove desperately was gripping the side of his pants in order to resist hiding his face against the table. After some deep breaths and another minute or so, Derek had composed himself enough to keep going. Cove used the same pause to relax himself and to find some humor in the story. Derek beamed with boyish charm, and he looking just as he did the first time you met him. Thanks for being my friend, and it's been a pleasure to know you two. Derek's heartfelt appreciation had to be awkward to be interrupted with another quick Adaman? Oh, but I'm not going anywhere. Whoop. TG. What the fuck? What the fuck? I'm not going anywhere. I'm getting that time management thing under control. He took the chuckles from the crowd in good stride, wrapping up it for real.
Thank you.
Thank you for letting me talk. Carefully, Derek hooked the microphone back to the stand, and when he let go, he hovered his hand nearby for a second to catch it if it would fall. That would be me. When he was sure all was well, he nodded confidently and lightly jogged back to his seat. Cove watched the entire exit with a smile growing larger and larger on his face. A beat passed, and then Miranda stood. She was gripping at the front of her flowy dress, pulling it from the ground. As she walked over to the mic, her shoulders were shyly hunched and her head was low. If she wasn't surrounded by tables full of people watching, you might have thought she was sneaking out of bed trying not to get caught by her parents. When Miranda finished tiptoeing to the front, she gathered up the microphone with both of her hands and her eyes closed rather than directly facing the crowd. She may have not had been comfortable with public speaking, but her desire to participate outweighed that.
Hi.
Aww. Cove focused was set ahead, but you caught out her head. Fuck. Yep, we're skipping it. Of course, your own gaze that your husband mouthed high back to her instantly. Thank you, Sophia and Co, for inviting me. It's been a wonderful day, and I'm so happy for you two. The snippets of her presentation smoothed out the more that she got into talking. When she was even able to giggle, and her affectionate feelings for her friends eclipsed the worries of saying them in public. It's been great attending the party of yours after you two had always been nice enough to come to mine. Cove laughed along with her. Warm, far-gone days of the bouncy houses, noisemakers, and pin the tail on the donkey reflect in his jubilant face. You're both amazing, and I really appreciate the support you've been giving me, being there when I needed someone to talk to, and you had such a positive impact on my life. I'm just really lucky to be your friend, and I hope we'll always be friends. Congratulations, Sophia and Cove. Cove nodded in a silently agreeing with her wish while scrubbing his eyes. Miranda put down the mic with some oomph and twirled around to return to her seat. Her steps were much lighter than before. I was waiting for her to say something about us pouring water on a kid at her birthday party, just so I could be like, yeah, he's over there. My best friend. Um, Terry was waiting there with open arms to give her a squeeze, clearly proud of his girlfriend for doing so good. Her smile stayed bright even from a distance. Terry jumped to his feet with a grin, strolling right past over the counter to scoop up the mic in one hand and gestured ahead of him with another. I met Cove and Sophia in high school. I didn't know them the longest out of everyone, but I could tell you that they were some cool people right away. Them and Randy were my best group of buddies back then, and we kept that friendship train going despite all the stuff that happened. He tapped the finger against the tabletop in time with every specific he mentioned. Graduating school and moving to different places, me and Randy dating, the two of them getting married, and things about us not being what the other people thought they were. We lived through one summer when it wasn't just the four of us, and sometimes it was the five of us. Right, my pal Baxter? He brought the mic even closer to his grinning mouth for emphasis and dramatically points off to the side. And now we're here again. You probably hadn't planned for that. He was right, having been quietly discussed the next steps with the server mouth. Baxter's mouth hung open mid-word. Suddenly being brought into the focus outside of his expertise-laden schedule knocked him completely off rhythm. Cove barked a grating laugh, equally as shocked, but far more amused. Baxter's head turned in the direction of the sound.
I can't believe
You've done this. Terry, I can't believe you've done this. In the direction of the sound, his mouth had finally closed into a wry smile. It seemed Terry had brought the gift of teasing someone other than you and Cove. It was more than a welcome offer as far as Cove was concerned, especially since it had been taken in good spirits. There were some remarkable about being able to include Baxter in your group's merrymaking, the same way that as everyone else. Terry nodded, knowing, and then casually transformed into his main point. And I guarantee our friendship's gonna stay on track. No matter what, there's no one who could take your place, from me to you, and from you to each other. Good work on tying your catches. Terry left his speech and the mic there. He paused to applaud your union graciously before flipping his hand into a wave as he walked off. Cove gave a big friendly wave in return. His eyes were glossy. Soon as Terry hit his chair, Miranda took his arm and happily began to whisper to him about the speeches. Kyra pushed herself up from her seat and so why is Kyra sadly drinking? Because she's my dad and I got married. Or do I mean... Oh my gosh, okay. I mean goldfish. I don't know why I shoved so many in my mouth, but apparently. Pushing herself out from the seat, went right to the front without hesitation. Keep him coming, chef. Went to the front without hesitation. Eagerly, she lifted the mic to her lips and said, I'm clipping you for saying that, by the way. I don't know what I said, but okay. Streamer head or whatever has taken over. And said, I can't believe my babies are having a wedding right now. The unexpected declaration sent giggles rippling. Hi, Vincent! How are you? Oh my gosh, did I actually say that? Oops. Doing good yourself? My voice is a little shot, but we're finishing this game. Thank God I wasn't doing it yesterday. Because where we're at right now is almost 5 hours. That almost turned into I don't know how many hours stream. The unexpected declaration sent chuckles rippling through the crowd.
Any
Kyra continued, a wink and a smile. It was a treat getting to meet Sophia in person for the first time. Leave the bottle, sir. Though I already felt like I knew her thanks to all the stories Cove loved to recount about her. In a pouting whisper, Cove spoke out about the description of the events. Mom. Whenever I got to visit Sunset Bird, or you visited me, I came to see firsthand more and more what marvelous individual you were going into. You bloomed right before my eyes, like a perfect white poppies on the field in your childhood neighborhood. Every moment I had been able to spend with each of you had been a gift. We had some pretty wild times over the years. I count my lucky stars that I got to be a mom to such amazing boy in Sophia. The buoyant tone in Kaya's words faded into something soft and sweeter. And I'd like to thank you personally for helping my baby make himself a home again. And I'm truly grateful for that. There was a sniffle at your side after that, and Cove tugged at the tablecloth in front of him, unconsciously needing to do something. Mom. Congratulations to both of you. I love you. I love you too. It didn't matter if she couldn't hear it. She knew. Kyra used the bottom of her palm to wipe her eye and place the mic on the stand with the other. She took an additional moment to look up at you and Co gently. And then Kyra strolled back to her table. Get up here, Cliff. Cliff leaned over toward her, giving a thumbs up for that speech. His overzealousness made Kyra cover her mouth in amusement and embarrassment. And then Cliff raised out of his seat. I knew I would be getting all these speeches. I knew this was going to be like a long part because I did say, I was like, we're doing all of them. Anyone open mic, bitches. The most contest figure in your husband's early life who grew into becoming his best man. Cliff took large strides to reach the speaker stand. You better hold up the $20 bill, bitch. His fingers froze in place before they could grasp the mic, and he stared down at it, collecting his thoughts or his emotions, or both. Caro is passed out drunk, guys. We have lost Daddy Caro. And she can't even listen to her man. When he was ready, his hands locked around the base of it. And my man. It's over now. Around the base of it as he lifted the mic higher and a grin pulled across his face. There was a crinkle around the corner of his eye.
Hey.
Hey, Sport. Hey, Sophia. Hi, Dad. Cove replied was barely audible. He might have not realized he'd done it. Cove's irises were shaking as he looked ahead intensely. Well, Cliff's expression turned distant. He was facing the crowd, but his gaze had drifted even further into something in the past that was long gone. I remember the first day Cove and I moved into Sunset Bird, when I met Sophia. I didn't know where my boy was then, or what I was doing, or anything at all, really. But as soon as you were able to tell, he chuckled weakly over his self-deprived comment. It didn't do too much in lighting anyone's mood, including his own. He remained wistful. I was sitting around on a curve when Sophia strolled up from the road heading home. I knew her, or I knew of her. I met Palamela and Nolani already. Talking to them is how Cove got away from me. Cliff shook his head, trying not to get too lost in his complicated mess of thoughts on those times. But that's not the point. What matters is I heard Sophia was their 8-year-old and the same age as my Cove, and Sophia was the only one of that age in the neighborhood. My infinite wisdom I picked out of place wasn't exactly a family-friendly community. It was mostly a bunch of retired vacationers. Ow! Not posture checks. Okay. Give me a moment. I put my goldfish away. Alright. Hello, and hello to you, Saberman. How are you? He's gritting his teeth as he placed a hand on his forehead, feeling the stings of that day as fresh as it was fresh. And speaking of it, I mention it was the start of the summer break when I moved? What was my little boy gonna do now that I dragged him out there? Doing good. And you, my lady? I've killed my voice because of last stream, but we're finishing this game, so I'm sticking it out, so we're getting through it. Woo! What was my boy gonna do now that I dragged him out there? I wanted him to have someone to play with, someone who he could talk to, and I wanted him to be happy. There were warm wrenches of cracks in Cliff's voice. You can do it, I know. As he spoke about what his feelings had truly been. I just, at that moment of everything was going wrong, and it felt like a dead end no matter which way I went. And I was so sure that there wouldn't be anyone for Cove if it wasn't for Sophia. In one more valiant effort to not make the mood of your wedding too heavy, Cliff gave a goofy shrug. I offered Sophia $20 to be his friend. Is it just funny to me? A straight line of his shoulders lowered to each of his side as like a roof sagging after years of having to stay solid. Maybe that's not the word. What am I saying is, that all my worries and regrets were at their peak and I was acting crazy. I know it now. But somehow it still turned out that there really wasn't anyone else for him. Or not anyone better for him, anyway. No one else in this world who can be there for Cove and the way she can. The sentence remained unfinished as much as he tried, Cliff couldn't put the words together to express what he meant. Cliff placed a hand against his chest as his gaze lowered to the ground. His delicate words continued to be shared with a full gathering of people thanks to the mic. And it was as if Cliff was speaking only to his son. That day was so long ago at this point when you found out why me and Kyra divorced. And she was there. Sophia was there when the plans were when the plans was just to go jet skiing, and then that's when the emotional bomb happened. She was still there. And when you felt ready to head back out to keep going, you had to turn your head to see someone who was ready to go with you.
I'm so glad.
You had someone who supported you in ways I never could, and it was just what I had hoped for, and I was so relieved. He glanced forward once more, offering a smile directed to you. You're an amazing person, Sophia. He inhaled deeply through his nose. Cliff's stance pulled together, tall and solid. His dark blue eyes shone with deep depth to them as they met with a far brighter blues of his child's. Son, being your dad had always been the best thing I'd done in my entire life. And getting that condo on that street was the luckiest card I ever drew. I bet the two of you would have found each other with or without that eventually, but because it got my kid to grow up next to a person who could make him the happiest. I can't ask for more than that. Sophia, you didn't need a dad with the great moms you got, and I'm so thankful I still get to be yours. I love you both, and I'll keep loving you for the rest of the time I got. Tears were streaking down Cove's face freely, and he didn't fight their falling. I love you too. Watching you and your husband from where he stood, Cliff got misty-eyed himself and reached to wipe his cheeks, and completely forgetting there was a microphone in his hand. Cliff set it down, shyly waving over to the two of you, stepped away, and he was able to rub the ever-growing tears. No one spoke or even moved as Cliff returned to his spot. Jeremy, get up there! When he was seated, Kyra reached over to give him a pat. He had done good. Then the mic sat there untouched. None of the attendees wanted to pick up after where it's been left off. That was going to be the final speech from your guests, and you were certain. Co's breath was shaky, taking in everything. A weeping smile reappeared on his face. The more it sunk in just how much he was cared for. He leaned into your side, pulling the tablecloth, burrowing his face into your shoulder. You chuckled. It felt good. You shook your head amused. You blushed wildly. You had a wry smile on your face, or your eyes were glossy. Okay. And you sat there completely still, or you gave Cove's cheek an encouraging tap, or you tucked your face into Cove's hair. You brushed Cove's hair back smoothly. The two of you curled up in a lopsided oval. And Carl was back to drinking. It might have been a little silly to try hiding, even with everything in the event was pointed right to you. But you did it anyway. When a voice was amplified out across the whole space once more. It was your planner, giving his appreciations for the cooperation and announcement of the closing of the speeches. But rather than leaving the mic on the counter, he strolled up to your table with the device in his hand. Before we shut this off for the night, will either of you like to give your message to your loved ones? Oh. Pope lifted his cheery face to acknowledge Baxter. Baxter, give one. Give a speech. Tell us what you thought. Pause to sniffle. I'll do it. Oh god. More speeches, guys! Woo! I like to say something too. Yes, please. I think he'll be fine. Code just speaking. You shook your head no. I like to say something. Oh god, Baxter. Stop saying something into my ear. Of course. Here you are. Cove used one hand to scrub his eyes and the other to accept the mic, drawing it in close. Too close. His murmur crackled uncomfortably loud, and Cove's arms sprung out straight, instinctively getting the noisemaker away from him. He winced before cautiously lifting the mic towards his face. He cradled it with both hands, his gaze dropped to the ground.
Thanks.
Oh god, my shoulder's itchy as fuck. I probably should stop itching it. Thanks everyone. Really serious. He closed his eyes completely and he paused to bite his lip. I'm so glad to be here. And all of those things you said were... There was a cracked strain in Ko's voice that wasn't caused by a technical error. He was choking up. Each word was pushed out was with delicate effort. Really nice. I love you. As rapid stutters as it was, he meant to express it. What he meant to express came through to you and the rest of the people who were there to hear it. Cove's earnest affection. In a fumbling motion that screeched out even more unintentional feedback, Cove passed the mic to you. His now free hand moved to the corner of his mouth. As you rose up in your chair, your eyes casted over each individual in the crowd, and you had accepted the bittersweet notion that this was truly a special occasion. You had no idea when everyone you cared for would be gathered together in the same place again, or when you would see them next. You wondered if Cove had been cognizant of the same conscious? Is that conscious? Of the same thing while he was speaking. That this was a message had weight to it, and this was your last big chance to share your thoughts with them. All you could think of to say was, thank you for coming, and it wouldn't be the same without you. We both love you so, so much. I always be grateful to get to have each of you in my life. All of those were good. You passed the test. You joked. You were all too nice. I love you. The speeches were beautiful. Thank you. That brought the speeches to their last sentiment note. Your eyes remained focused ahead and you extended your hand out for Baxter to take the microphone and lower it back down in your seat. Applause erupted from the table to table, and Baxter grinned approvingly.
Perfect.
Baxter. He took the microphone back with him as he rejoined the other staff members in order to give you and Cove some space to yourselves. When the clapping subsided, emotions remained high, furthering conversations tentative and hushed for a time. But eventually, happy chatter that frequented your reception filled the air again. It was an evening of good food and good company. When the meal was nearing the end, the final course that you had requested from the caterer was out, the palate cleanser. From there, the evening would continue to slip by in a dreamy haze. Before you knew it, all attendees had finished the dishes from dinner and had been swiftly cleared from the table. In spite, everyone remained rooted to their seats. No secret that there was more to come. Son of a bitch. People were waiting eagerly for dessert, though none of them could match the vibrating anticipation of your husband. It was time for cake. Before the pig event, you had something up your sleeve. Servers returned to bestow an extra treat for your guests. Truly a delightful tray of fancy plated fudge slices were delivered to the table and to the guests. The dishes had been carefully selected to match your blue color scheme. Mom grabbed Ma's arm when she saw what was coming and pointed to the plates excited, and Ma gasped, and the two of them oohed and awed as the trays was settled down on the table. The servers vanished from the floor with an impressive efficiency, allowing the wedding cake to take center stage. Sat at the center table was your fully realized creation of a 5-tier beach-style blue masterpiece. You were pleased to see your guests were smitten with it as you and Cove were. Cliff let out a low whistle at admiration. What a cake! Teary gas! Are you really gonna cut it? The cake must have taken an eternity to be put together. Aww. Kyra's voice rang out sweetly as she gazed at the cake.
Fantastic.
That's perfect. It's so cool that you went with blue instead of just white. Totally unpredictable. Baxter beckoned for you and Cove to come forward. You rose from your seats as one and crossed the floor to the display table, where a waiting server offered a cutting cake for both of you. The two of you took the handle hand over hand so you could make the incision as a team. Together, you hovered the knife over the lowest layer of the cake, and Kara was drinking. You glanced at Cove, who... Oh my god, I just realized he's wearing white. Oh no! And we got a blue cake. Oh no! Oh no! Who smiled wryly at you. It was really almost too beautiful to cut. Just almost. Your guests were waiting for their portions of the delicious cake. Just don't pass out, Carl. You have to eat the ube cake. Carefully, so to preserve the structure as possible, for as long as you could, you pushed down with the knife. You sliced through the cake easily, leaving a smooth cut all the way through. You and Cove drew out the knife and making another cut in order to create a neat triangle. The server produced a ready for the first slice. With a bit of shakiness and emotion, the two of you both slipped the knife under the piece and carefully transferred it to the waiting plate. The first slice was done. You nodded, satisfied, before reaching down to plunge your hand straight into the cake, soft and spongy, squished beneath your fingers. Cove's fingers brushed against yours as he scooped up the remaining cake from the platter with his own hand. You pressed the whole cake into your whole hand into his face. You flung the cake at him. You rubbed the cake across both of his cheeks. You frosted the tip of his nose with your fingertip. Oh. Rubbing the cake on both sides of the cheeks is good, but also putting it like his entire face. Entire face! You scooped up a chunk of the cake and you smashed your palm right into Cove's face, smearing the confection across his nose, his cheeks, and his chin. Even his wavy eyebrows got caught in the action. The crumbs and smudges of frosting cling to the hair. With the fingers dipped with creamy confectionery and crumbs, you delicately caressed your cheeks, leaving a trail of cake behind. Oh no, that was sweet. I just hit him with cake. The frosting was cool against your skin, while the fine crumbs of the cake itself trickled as he streaked them across your cheeks. You tried to contain your giggles until he was done, not wanting to move at the wrong time and get cake in your eye. A few rogue chuckles still escaped. Cove's furrowed brow relaxed into a normal expression as he brought a hand away, and you finally judged it was safe. You exploded into laughter at his novel approach into cake smashing. It was just like him. The two of you were both caked in cake, and a towel was laid out on the nearby serving platter, almost certain for the purpose of helping people clean up after the exact scenario played out. Cove wiped himself off as you laughed. When Cove removed the towel from his face, he revealed a Oops. Alright. I'm getting to the end of my water bottle. Revealed a tickled smile. He was taking the smashing with humor and grace, like an absolute champ, and he held out the towel for you. It was good that Cove was there to assist. You being so engrossed in watching him, you completely forgot about the cake still clinging to your face and fingers. You both happily made your way over to the head of the table, accompanied by cheers of your family and friends, and you thought you spent a lot of time on your feet today. Each step was buoyant. When you and Cove were back in your seats, a couple of waiters smoothly cut fresh cuts of slice of cake before you. Cove was let out a thrilled squeak as he picked up the provided fork. Each of the aspects had been painstakingly prepared to suit the occasion as well as your taste. That, at least, was finally there to eat. You were as eager to eat it, you weren't going to hold back. You were looking forward to having a slice. You would have a taste, mostly happy for Cove. You were happy for Cove, even though you didn't want to eat the cake. I'm eating the whole goddamn cake. My hair is in a knot. In short order, serving the cake was set down at each table, a neat triangle slice in front of every guest. As the crowd digged in, along came the discussion on the dessert. It tastes just as nice as it looks. Given how starry-eyed Miranda had looked at the cake first revealed, this was a weighing compliment indeed. I would never thought having a flavor profile like this. It's great. Good, because I don't know if it actually would taste good.
Nice work.
Good. Caro, we should just make the cake and just see how it works. If it would actually taste good. Good work coming up with it, Sport and Sophia. Kyra agreed at once. You outdid yourselves. Cove stopped shoveling ganache into his mouth long enough to give his own praise. Her cake was definitely hard to find literally anywhere else. It was special, and I can always associate the taste with our wedding. It's better because the cake itself is so good. It's actually amazing. Didn't hear a single peep out of Jeremy. God damn it, Jeremy. Yet, you spotted him while surveying the scene. He was steadily working through the slice. Though the situation, through the series of modest bites, the cake was slowly vanishing from his plate. That combined with the absence of any complaints, it was a huge accomplishment when it came to that particular guest. Cute. You were hooked with one bite, just as wonderful as you hoped, more. The bakery had outdone themselves. You and Cove wolfed down the delicious cake with gusto, polishing off your slices easily. You couldn't believe how quickly it was gone and your plate scraped clean, but it was too good to resist. Luckily, there was no shortage of cake, so both you and Cove flagged down the waiter for more. By the time the meal was officially over, Cove had not only devoured 3 full slices of cake, but he double-checked with Baxter about what would happen with any of the leftovers. Our boy. Baxter had needed to reassure him that any of the remaining sections of the cake would be wrapped up and go home with the two. I'm pretty sure he would end up finishing that cake. It was pleasant to sit back and relax while giving your feet time to recuperate from the long day. But the lull didn't last long. The newly filled by cake, the party was starting to start again. The celebration was able to continue in earnest. Derek, Lee, Terry, and Miranda got the dance floor going. They took turns pulling silly moves and cheering each other on. Liz swung along to the song she knew from an old favorite from Your Life Growing Up Together came on. She chose to keep Shiloh company throughout the party, and she never lost that fondness that she had for the guy. From glimpses you caught, he didn't seem to have minded. Your 4 parents made their table's base camp and cycled between catching up with the other families and rejoining with one another. They spent most of their time trading sentimental stories about their babies when their babies were just babies. Cove's one uncle showed up to show off his classical magical trick to celebrate the day. Your husband was far more enthusiastic about the stunts of a 23-year-old adult than as an 8-year-old child. When he got the chance, Cove graciously offered Jeremy some of the leftover cake after how eager Jeremy had eaten his first slice. They were truly close for him to do that. Jeremy accepted in kindness for the change. Aww. During the entire time, more casual photos were snapped of the best and funny moments. One of them was Miranda got Terry to hold up her dress so she could do a handstand. Oh my gosh. You couldn't wait to see them in full develop. And many guests had been gracious enough to bring presents for you and what that you and Cove might need. You finish opening each one up and offering your thanks. Seafoam, green towels, dishes, a water purifier, a framed photo of the sea with words "Life's a beach," and we're just taking some of your takeaways for the day. The most common gift, however, was a safe Beth was simply giving cash. You never seen so many $20 bills in one place, and your family has a sense of humor. Of course, the relationship began with someone offering money would reach its head without repeating. I was just drinking. Your husband caught a glimpse of the silent amusement on your face. His mouth curved into a smirk as he watched you. You bet money that he knew exactly what was on your mind. Good evening. Yes, Baxter! This distinct voice of your planner caught your attention and he approached with a polite wave.
No.
The people you know are welcoming as you. They treated the staff, including me, well through the reception. They better goddamn did. I would be so pissed if anyone was like treating staff rudely at my wedding. I would have lost it. Bartender is try to close early. Lol. People are treated well, except two exceptions. Shiloh and Mr. Shiloh and Mr. Jeremy were quite the characters. But don't worry, we can handle a bit of snark just fine. The description made Cove wheeze. He couldn't meet Baxter's gaze when replying.
Sorry.
They got kind of an attitude, I've noticed. As pleased as he kept his pleasantries, Baxter was certain to get a point in the conversation get to the point in conversation quickly. Well, I'm here to say you got space for a few more hours, but there are no more planned events or responsibilities on your shoulders. The day went off exactly how you as intended. He pressed his hands against the bottom of his spine, leaning his torso back again to stretch. For a single sigh word, Baxter let himself clock out of work mode mindset. Hallelujah. But the metaphor bell rang, and he returned promptly to providing the service, standing perfectly straight and pointing his toes forward. You're free to simply enjoy however you want, with the time that is left. Of course, I'll personally put out any fires if they do appear. You two don't need to worry about anything. Cool. Thank you for all of this. You really were the perfect guy to do it. Baxter's brow curved, his eyes softened, and even pausing to steady himself didn't hide the emotion rich in his voice. That means a lot to me. Cove's right, you did fantastic. I knew you could pull it off. You nodded along to Cove's words. Thanks for all your help. You're getting a 5-star review from us. It was so wonderful. It was so wonderful putting this together with you. I like that one. Damn, Baxter. You had one job. What do you mean he had one job? He was fine. He did it good. Steal her away. His DLC is not coming out until Derek's is done. So Do you guys even want to see Derek's DLC or his? It'd probably be like a little bit before they come out, so. Hey, I won't be married to him. Now, can they just have Derek just show up so we can have just all 3 boys? The smile already prominent on his face warmed further. Baxter ran his hand down his shirts, smoothing out in a casual, fluid motion.
You're welcome.
It was a joy working with you two, truly. The mood was light all around until the feeling really hit Cove. He shifted in place uncomfortable, not knowing how to process from the point that was reached. So, does this mean we're friends? Oh. He blinked with his mouth closed in a tight line before saying a full thought. Baxter always needed a second to recover on the rare occasion that something knocked him off his game. In flashes of memory, you transported to your childhood bedroom, an 8-year-old, your first sleepover with your with your now husband, and a tiny dainty voice that he used to have. Cove had asked nearly the same question to you, if you were friends. Sweet and unsure, he had always been the man you loved and always would be. Well, that's your call, I say. Despite the prompted to talk, Cove couldn't put together an answer. We're definitely friends. I like to be friends. I think we're friends. We've always been friends since back then. It's funny how you both still can barely talk to each other. We're friends. You gave Cove a confirmed thought. Threw him off his game again. 2 pairs of eyes from 2 very different men set on you, though eventually moving to look at one another. Smiles returned to both their features, as Baxter would say it was settled. To solidify the friendship, opening his arms out for you to hug. Yay! You gladly reciprocated, or you shyly dipped your head and keeping your hands down. No, get over here. You tucked your arms under his chest in a nice, affectionate embrace. He wrapped his arms across your back and returned before letting you go again. Next, Baxter, stop being like you. Now that that stupid dye is gone. Oh my gosh, you should have seen the comments when they revealed that Baxter was the thing. They're like, everyone was screaming in the comments, and I was screaming because, well, Baxter was your wedding planner. Next, his hand went to Cove. He held it out evenly with confidence, not wanting to be self-assured, but he actually certainly that they had a closer relationship now. The lab coat art is done. Yay! Cove looked down at it, considering, but he ultimately raised his hands and shoulder motion that was both an awkward shrug and an invitation for a hug, and said. Lopsided grin that he gave was contagious. Baxter took a hold of Cove while positively beaming. Baxter was only tall enough to bring his chin to Cove's shoulder, but he rested it there comfortably, and Cove chuckled in bemusement. It took a long time, but he had been won over to Baxter's side. He gave his new friend a pat on the back before ending the brace amicably. I hope you enjoy your post-wedding bliss as long as you can, but when life settles back down to normal, we should have dinner. I know some good places.
I guess.
That'll be nice. I guess we'll call you? Definitely. We love to get together again.
Perfect.
And congratulations on your lovely day. He then quite literally bowed out. It tipped one foot back and inked forward. He kept his head lifted up with a curled grin before you become so used to the features prominently on his face. Baxter had left you two there, disappeared into the crowd and figures, all in black, to help keep the event running as smoothly as possible. You thought back to the very start of that special day when Baxter promised he congratulate you when it was over, and that was his parting words with an extra sense of formality. You better not, I know where he fucking works, he better not try to run. But it wouldn't be a real goodbye. This time Baxter would be part of your lives for as long as he's welcomed in it. And you believe that in him. What? You believed him in that. With the staff busy and the guests mingling with each other, you and Cove had a moment to completely to yourselves since the wedding first began that morning. You knew for certain that you could relax when you caught Cove pulling into a big stretch. His torso twisted to one side as his hands rose up high. As he could get them. He had to fight a bit against the crisp, unfitting jacket that he buttoned into, but Cove was persistent. His eyes had begun to close as he worked out the last of his jitters he carried through the day, but his gaze landed on you as soon as he was finished. There was a radiant warmth in his expression as he spoke to you with an eased heart. If you don't mind, I want to dance with you again before it's over. I would love to. I've been waiting for you to ask. I was like, what's that? Scratching my hand. I was about to ask the same thing. Of course, Cove. Or you nodded gently. Could we find a quiet place to sit instead? I would love to. He smiled openly and warmly. It was more inviting than his direct words had been. As he had in the past, as you were certain he would do in the future, Cove lifted his hand to you to take. You accepted it then, as you always would. You and your husband slipped away from the main sitting area to the center of the space. By that late hour, the dance floor was mostly emptied. Your fingers remained linked as you both took hold of the other with your second hand and taking form for a dance. Cove brought his chest near enough to brush against yours. He rested a cheek on the edge of your forehead, and he was careful not to mess up your hair. Slow, calm music drifted through the air. It enveloped you and kept you out of the buzz of the distant conversation still happening. You began to sway to the sound of cozy and content. It felt as though you and he in your own world.
So,
Miss Layton, congratulations on your successful wedding. Congratulations to you, Mr. Layton. Yes, it was highly successful, thank you. Your heart pound a little harder.
Thanks.
And if you're wondering, my plan is to be the last person who gets to congratulate you tonight. He wiggled his wiggly eyebrows, being intentional silly. I'm rooting for you. You're such a goofball, you say affectionately. I'll cover my ears if anyone tries to congratulate me again. Or you giggled, he was adorable. Wow, it's so nice of you to have it's so nice to have a supportive partner. He sighed softly, leaning his shoulders lowered comfortably. But Cove suddenly peeked back into attention when something struck him. Though, I could just say it again when we get to our hotel room, and then I'll definitely be the last one to do it then. It's one of the perks of being married. I'm pretty much always going to be the first and final with you. And you for me too. And I'm good with that. There's no one else I want to be my first and last for everything. Me too? I guess I can manage it, you tease. You beamed agreeably. I don't know, I always can call someone else. Oh, you joked. Or you think that's wonderful. Thank you. Shh. Cute. His glistening eyes, you could see how treasured you really were. Cove whispered heartfelt
See you
words.
tomorrow.
Oh, and I always get to say this for sure. See you tomorrow, Sophia. I'll see you tomorrow too. Cove pressed himself into you even more snugly, letting out a tiny thrilled squeak. Cove, is there anything you're hoping for in our lives after this? Now that we have a minute, I want to mention how you look. Cove seemed like he had something on his mind. You gave him a grudging smile. So did you notice I'm wearing an anklet? Or you let yourself enjoy his company? Do I get to answer? Do I get to ask all of those? Please. Cove, is there anything you hope for in our lives after this? Oh. Nerves creeped back over Cove's features, but he took a breath in and answered you honestly. Well, do you still want kids? Looking a little red, Cove. Daddy Kara, are you ready to be a grandpa? Kids! You felt a pounding in your ear, and your breath became more rapid. Thank you, rapid. You and Cove had been on the same page about that. But the idea of straight the drinking. And the idea that he was ready to put it into motion had an impact. I do, yes. That would make me so happy. I'm not sure I want to anymore, or you nodded seriously. Oh. I want to give birth. I want to adopt. I want to surrogate. I want to give birth and adopt children. I want to surrogate and adopt children. I want to give birth and use a surrogate for our children. Dude, I can give birth and adopt. For a second, he completely stalled. You winced as he potentially fainting could become a real possibility once more. Instead of falling, he spoke. Okay. The words were so quiet. You needed to hear him so much. You instinctively pulled closer to him. You regretted that choice immediately because he reaffirmed himself in a shout. We can get babies. Not right now. I mean, unless you want to do it right now. Oh my god, Cove was panicking, bouncing up and down on his feet, enough to shake both of your bodies. You knew his heart was in the right place, though it filled you with joy. Don't worry, we can take our time. He patted out an uneven breath, but calm enough to still himself.
Yeah.
Good idea. Thanks, Sophia. Thank you too. Okay. Now we have a minute. I want to mention how you look. No amount of alcohol can drown my sorrow. Mentioning how he looks. His stance tense, blushed in his finery. The spotlight had been turned back on, and Cove was getting stage right. Do you like it? Yes. You look incredible. I love it. Flawless perfection. Unbelievable. Gorgeous. I'm tearing up over here how gorgeous this is. Or you nodded. He'd be drop-dead gorgeous in every photo that had ever been taken.
I'm so glad.
That's great. I'm really glad you think so. You could tell from his blush that he had ultimately enjoyed your attention. His posture relaxed, and he seemed more confident in the clothes again. I like yours too. It's stunning. Aww, he's so cute. Thank you. Cove seemed like he had something in his mind. You gave him an encouraging smile. He chewed the inside of his cheek as the silence grew longer. You remained patient, communicating your willingness to listen through your eager eyes. Sophia, there's something I want to say. The sentence faded out as his lips clammed up in a trembling line. He had to force it back open. I wanted to say it without crying, but your vows were so nice to hear. I loved them, and thank you for doing that. Simply remembering the scene, it had gotten the tears flowing again, and he couldn't help it. I meant every word. Thank you for yours. You're so precious. I'm glad I got a chance to say it. I can say it again if you want me to, or his kind words made me smile. Sniffling once and then twice, and then he grinned back at you. So, did you notice I was wearing an anklet? Drinking again. He let out a genuine gasp. No?
Seriously?
I had no idea you were wearing one. With the initial shock wearing off, Hove shamelessly cranked his head trying to get a peek, and you could only laugh at the reaction. Honestly, I thought you would have checked for that.
Well...
I even made sure that my thing didn't even go all the way down to the ground. Cove dropped his face completely, suddenly feeling bashful. You look really great in the outfit, but mostly I just wanted to see your face. I hadn't even had much. I hadn't even been able to focus on much else. I'm sorry. So sweet. You were swooning. Cove still had a knack for unexpected compliments. You let yourself quietly enjoy his company. You kissed him on the lips. You gave every part of his face a kiss. You buried your face into his shoulder. You moved your hands to embrace him, or you smiled blissfully. Kiss him. His eyelashes fluttered when your lips touched. No matter how much time passed, it was still amazed him that you would kiss him. Cove kissed back lovingly. It was so warm. But then you heard your husband sigh wistfully. It went all by so fast. And now that I'm thinking about it, I don't mean the wedding, it's everything. Where did the years go? When did you and me become grown-ups? I have no idea. I don't feel like a grown-up. Literally. Legally, when we turn 18, turn 18 years of age. I think it happened a long time ago, we just didn't notice. You? The crybaby? Grown up? I'm not sure about that one. You didn't answer. I don't feel grown up. I don't know if I do either. So, his spirits carefully rose again as he spoke lightly. I feel pretty good about getting older and not being a kid anymore because I'm doing it with you. The sweet ass boy. Before we could only pretend to play adults, and I was bad at it. Liz was right on that one, unfortunately. And now we're at our wedding, and I know what it's like to be an adult, kind of. You just do it and keep going. I guess it's as simple as that. I wish I could have figured that out from the beginning. No, actually, I'm glad everything went the way it did. I am too. The song that blanketed your discussion was its final chorus as the guests were saying goodbye to one another. It was almost time to go. Too soon you would know what the ending notes of your wedding was. The final glance, the last word. Those thoughts swirled in your mind until Cove brought you back to existing in the present where you belonged.
It's nice.
I think our life roll credits is really nice. Not letting either of you getting lost in contemplation again, Cove suddenly clapped both of his hands against your shoulder with the utmost seriousness. You know, if you ever want to make another party like this, I'll do it. It can be in every year, multiple times a year, whenever you feel like it. We'll keep Baxter in business forever. I love you, Cove, so much. Thank you for everything. I hope you understand how much you mean to me. My drunk beauty should be PR. You bet we'll have another. If it's with you, I'm up for anything. Or you nodded feverly. Oh, there's so much. Hope you understand. I do. Tiny, delicate water drop pooled in the corner of his eyes. Cove let his hands travel from the shoulders up to touch your face. He cradled you tenderly, never wanting to let go. What did I do to get to be with someone who's there for me? Someone who honestly cares about me? Well, I don't need an answer, really. I'm just grateful.
I love you.
Sophia. Always. Oh! Carl laughed at the end. Oh my god, no! Is that how it ends? Oh! Oh! Okay. Well, it was nearly almost 6 hours, and if I added that, that would have been a 17-hour stream if I, yeah. That would have been a 17-hour stream. We're going to fucking gallery. Yeah, look at this shit. Oh my god, Baxter's hair. Baxter's hair. Don't have me dumping water on Jeremy. Better. Yeah, I do like his hair. And then Tiny Derek. The smug grin. Or what? The kiss. Alright. There we go. Little smug cove. We'll stop on. But yeah. It finally took forever, but we finally did it. We beat the first game that I ever streamed. And I don't have anyone to raid. What am I gonna do? Ooh, it is literally 2 minutes until 3 o'clock. What love? I might move the stream, the 18 plus one up to probably 8. Oh, I don't know. No, I should probably do it at 7. Because I'm thinking about Karo. But, yeah. Unless someone has someone they want me to raid, I don't know what I'm doing. And Karo left me, so usually she has someone. What am I to do? Karo, come back. I can't live without you. Karo, come back. You know, I could just go to just chatting. And we can just chill there. And just chill the music. But yeah. It was fun. We'll see what I do if the Derek and Baxter DLC come out. I don't know if I'll wait for both of them to come out before I stream them, if I do end up streaming them. I think I also might stream when Our Life 2 comes out, because I think they will also be in multiple steps. Because that one seems fun. That one we'll be going to school since it is in the fall. So I can't wait to see it. But we'll be moving on to different games then, since I have finally crossed this one off my list. But thank you all for coming and journey. I've come, I guess, a long way from when I first started streaming. And thank you all for whoever stuck around or popped on in during that 11-hour stream. And thank you, Caro, Vincent, and TG for all the gifted subs. And thank you for the people who followed and subbed during the time. I wasn't expecting to be streaming this long. Now my job is to fix the head pats, draw all those emotes, and oh, make a schedule. Ugh. But I guess I don't know where I would post it besides Twitter. But you know, I kind of thought Kara would come back in time, but she didn't. Kara, come back here. I'm stalling because I don't know what I'm doing. But yeah, I guess I'll get a little bit. Oh, if we're gonna do it exactly, I'm gonna have to wake up a little bit early. Darn it. Because I have to take care of the dogs. The dogs have to go out, and it's been raining all night, which means they're gonna have muddy paws. Great. And then I'll make tea for myself. Hopefully the stream won't go on too long, but anyone's welcome to join. It is in Caro's Discord. So if any of you needs that, I don't know if she has it on her page. But it's going to be in the quarantine zone since it is the 18 plus. And there's no way I can stream it on Twitch because it's 18 plus. Caro, you're back! Do you have any suggestions for when I can raid? You literally left within there were 2 more sentences. Have the what? The 18 plus thing on Discord in a few hours? I just got back. Yes. So we ended up finishing the game. Literally, there were 2 more sentences before it literally ended after you left, and I was like, oh. It was cute. But do you have any suggestions on what to raid? Because if not, I'll just end it. But I wanted to make sure that you came back before I ended anything. Let me look. Okay. Also, do we make announcement on Twitter/Discord? I guess I can. I can make one, or if you want to make one as well. It's going to be interesting because I hopefully it works. But we'll see how it goes. I can do Discord, yeah. Well, that's where it's going to be, is Discord. So we'll see how that goes. Ugh. Do you have anyone, or are we just ending? Because I'm not looking anyone up, and I'm pretty sure no one's playing this game. Kita. Oh, duh. Kita ended. Is that their name? Swimming Link? Also, the only one I know is playing Genshin is Swimming Link. I don't mind sending people over, if that's what people want. Hello, Vincent. But yeah, we could do swimming link. Thank you for being here, Vincent. And I forgot to make the command. That's what I was doing before. I like walked over and was like, to my computer that was just on. And I was just like, I'm forgetting something. I forgot to make the raid command. But yeah, thank you all for coming out, and I'm happy that we ended up finally finishing the game. I don't know what I would have done. I'm like, if I realized how long this thing was going to be, I probably, okay, well, yeah, that. Probably would have split it off more, but yeah, I'll make it a Discord. Yeah, I'm definitely going to do it. I'm going to go to bed. And you guys are still getting my voice like this because it's going to rest for the next few days. Cool. I reached the 6-hour mark. We can raid. Thank you all for coming out. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day, your night, and whatever it is. And yeah. Bye-bye. And thank you all for coming again. Bye. Night. Goodbye. And good night.